Chapter 139. After entering the secret realm, all three of them noticed that something was wrong because they immediately realized that they could fly in the air. According to the information previously received, the Jing clan ancestor flew over to the inner part of the secret realm. However, now things seemed to be different, thus making their previous plans useless. However, despite the sudden change, the three of them did not stop their movement and still proceeded to where the pills and inheritance was. However, as soon as these ancestors took a few more steps, countless puppets started attacking them, so they fought back with their immense strength. Unfortunately, the strength of these puppets were not to be underestimated. More importantly, there are too many of them. I thought you said that the first wave of puppets were quite easy to get through, asked the Leng clan ancestor. It's supposed to be. Previously, a divine altar realm cultivator managed to pass through this wave easily and reach the inner layer, responded the Jing clan ancestor. This can only mean one thing, said the Chang clan ancestor. After the last visit, all the formations of the secret realm were fully activated. The two nodded after hearing this. However, this did not change their current situation. Even with using all their powerful spells and attacks, they can only destroy a few puppets. What's even worse was the fact that after a puppet is destroyed, the remains will instantly vanish from the ground. Then after a few minutes, a brand new puppet will appear from the previous remains. The only way to prevent such a thing from happening is to destroy the core of the puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets seem to be designed with the ability to constantly move their cores around, making it very difficult to locate. Should we use our Tao flame? Asked one of the ancestors. However, no one answered him. If it was the past, all of them might agree to do so. However, they have learned from the extraterrestrial demons that using their Tao flame or good fortune flame is akin to ruining their future. As one of the highest realms of this world, these ancestors only care about two things: their family and pursuing higher realms. Unfortunately, they care more about their own strength than their clans. As such, they will not sacrifice their futures for their families. How about we use the strength of our family elites to slowly clear out these puppets? With more people, the process should be simpler, said the Jing clan ancestor. A suggestion that solicited the approval of all the others. Immediately afterwards, the three of them rushed out of the secret realm. The Jing clan ancestor flew towards the capital, while the other two flew in different directions. After secretly returning to the Jing clan manor, the Jing ancestor explained the entire situation to Patriarch Jingyong. Ancestor, is there really no other way? Asked Jingyong, however his ancestor just shook her head. But, it was already very difficult and risky to allow three of you to secretly enter the secret realm under the nose of His Majesty Wang Wei. So, how are we supposed to move so many of our elites? Especially when we already told His Majesty that we did not have any other secret strength hiding? The Jing clan ancestor sighed after hearing this and said, Patriarch, I'm afraid that you will have to wait until His Majesty leaves this world before our clans can enjoy the benefit of this secret realm. Jingyong's face became ugly after hearing this. Then, he started thinking about other possible solutions. However, he realized that all of them contained great risks and could end up with their clans being discovered by the royal family. As such, he also sighed and agreed with his ancestor. Just like that, more than a month passed by. Although Patriarch Jingyong agreed to take things slowly regarding the secret realm, he did not stop thinking about other ideas. Suddenly, his main servant rushed into his study room and said while breathing rapidly, Patriarch, terrible news. The news about the secret realm has been leaked. What? Exclaimed Jingyong. How is that possible? How do you know the news has been leaked? There is a rumor circulating in the capital that the Jing clan has discovered a secret realm that holds the secret of longevity. Jingyong's face became ugly after hearing this. However, the servant was not over. Furthermore, after investigation, I have discovered that this rumor has spread far beyond the Great Xia territory. How far has the rumor spread? According to the clan's secret agents, the rumor has already reached the central region. Patriarch Jingyong immediately slapped his servant, sending him flying away and crashing into the walls. Then, he looked at him with a terrifying killing intent. There are only a few people that know about the secret realm. The other patriarch signed a soul contract and would not dare to say anything. Our family's ancestors were also bound by the contracts, which left only me and you who could leak the information. I know that I did not mention it to anyone, so, Shuanghui, do you have something you have to say to me? Patriarch, I swear to heaven that I did not mention a single word to anyone. My family have served the Jing clan for countless generations and I have grown up with you, please do not doubt my loyalty. Jing Yong took a deep breath and replied, still full of killing intent, it is because of your years of service that I did not immediately kill. So, if you directly confessed who you told the news, then, I promise to make your death as quick as possible. Shuanghui kowtowed on the ground and said, Patriarch, if I was the one who leaked the news, do you think I would still be standing in front of you? However, it does not matter what I say. If killing me can prove my loyalty to the Jing clan, then I will gladly accept my death. Jing Yong took a deep breath after hearing this to calm down himself. He realized that his servant was right. If he leaked the information about the secret realm, he would have done it for a price. Thus, Shuanghui should have long run away with his reward after selling the news. Then, Jing Yong started thinking that maybe the leak came from the first person who discovered the secret realm. Maybe he told someone else before he was disposed of. Despite this, Jing Yong still regretted that he did not immediately kill his main servant after receiving the news a month ago. However, now, it was too late. To be precise, it was useless. Even if Jing Yong discovered where the leak came from, there is nothing he can do since the news had already spread so far and wide. Realizing this, Jing Yong's killing intent was gone. Then, he started thinking about countermeasures. Now that the information has been leaked, he needed to take precautions to ensure the safety of his clan. The best course of action is to run away from the great Xia capital since it was at the foot of the emperor and run away. The Jing family have been living in this land even before the Dong royal family created the Eastern Rain Kingdom. So, they have created many secret paths in case their family encountered a disaster and needed to escape as quickly as possible. Although in the past few years, the Fate's shadow guards have discovered a few of them, not all of them were found. As long as Jing Yong moved fast enough and took a few descendants from the main branch and secretly left, there will be hope for the Jing clan. Additionally, the token to enter the secret realm is still in Jing Yong's hands. As long as he can hide for long enough for all these extraterrestrial demons to finish their trial and leave this world, his Jing clan can still rise again. As for what would happen to the other clan members that are left behind, Jing Yong figured that some people might capture them in order to track the groups that escape. However, the most likely scenario is that most of them will be killed. Although Jing Yong was sad about this outcome, he knew that necessary sacrifice is required to survive the current ordeal. After making a plan, Jing Yong decided to execute this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before he even had time to give his order, another servant rushed into his study. Patriarch, there is a eunuch outside with an edict summoning you to the palace. And the royal guards have surrounded our manor, preventing anyone from entering and leaving beside you. Jing Yong's face became ugly as he realized that he was too late to react. After sighing, he rearranged his clothes to look more presentable before heading outside to receive the edict. Chapter 140. Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne reviewing papers about the situation throughout the dynasty. He was reading about how Li Jun was having trouble in his conquest due to the fact that the Fang divine dynasty suddenly received aid from someone else. Although he also sent Yan Liling to help Li Jun, the speed of the war was too slow to his liking and he was pondering whether to participate in it himself to speed things up. However, his study of Qi luck had reached an important crossroad and he needed to spend his extra time and energy there. After all, without the ability to absorb luck, all of this trial would be meaningless. While thinking about Qi luck, another thought suddenly appeared in Wang Wei's mind. Through soul fluctuation, he has noticed that Dong Lifan has started to have certain emotions towards him that she should not have. Well, who can blame her? After all, he, Wang Wei, was a very handsome and charismatic man. Unfortunately, he did not lie to her when he said she did not meet the requirement to be his Dao companion. What's more, after spending such a long time with her, he did not develop any feelings towards her. So, he decided to warn the poor girl so that she does not get her hopes up and become disappointed. While Wang Wei was thinking such narcissistic thoughts, a royal guard brought a man inside the throne room to meet him. Instantly, Wang Wei recognized him as the patriarch of the Jing clan, Jing Yong. After Jing Yong met with His Majesty, he did the proper bow before saying, "Minister Jing Yong has seen His Majesty." "You may rise," replied Wang Wei before staring up and down at Jing Yong without saying anything. Meanwhile, Jing Yong had sweat falling down his back despite having a calm look on his face. Today can be considered the first time that he has truly met His Majesty in person. Although he has seen him through image formation when he made speeches to the people of Great Xia, although he has been playing political games with His Majesty for the past 2 years, this was still their first official meeting. And Jing Yong was under tremendous pressure. The deep gray eyes seemed to be able to see through all of his mind, soul, and secrets. Furthermore, somehow, he had the illusion that His Majesty was holding a string that attached itself around his neck, determining his fate. Nevertheless, Jing Yong did not show any of his thoughts on the surface, and he also did not speak any more words, just waiting in the suffocating silence. Meanwhile, Wang Wei spent more than a few minutes observing this cunning old fox of the Jing clan. The first thing he noticed was the fact that this guy was actually hiding his cultivation level. From the outside, he looked like he had just entered the divine altar realm. However, the truth of the matter was that he was already at the peak with 270 divine veins, just one step to break through the supernatural realm. Given his age of close to 300 years old, this was actually quite the extraordinary talent for someone in a small thousand world. Another thing he noticed was through soul fluctuation that this patriarch was currently both in fear and wary of him. However, he still managed to compose himself and not show it on the surface. After finishing his observation, Wang Wei opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure you have heard of the rumors that are spreading throughout the capital." "Yes, Your Majesty." "What do you have to say for yourself?" "Your Majesty, all I can say is that these rumors are false. Whoever is spreading these rumors should be arrested as soon as possible and dealt with according to the law." "Is that so?" responded Wang Wei, this time actually releasing his own aura. An act which made Patriarch Jing Yong feel a terrifying pressure weighing on him. What's worse, the pressure was not physical in nature, but headed straight for his soul. He felt that his mind, spirit, and soul would explode at any moment. However, Jing Yong still gritted his teeth and said while blood was slowly falling from his nose, "This minister swear to heaven that he is not lying." After hearing this, Wang Wei removed his aura then smiled brightly before saying, "Is that so? Well, it seems that some people in the Fate Shadow Guards have been negligent in their work. Since it is just a rumor, Jing Patriarch, you can take your leave." Jing Yong began to breathe heavily after the aura was removed. However, he was not in the slightest happy after seeing the smile on His Majesty's face. He could feel that things were not only not as simple as he imagined, more importantly, things seemed to be out of his control or understanding. And there is nothing more fearful for Jing Yong. Today, he had come to the palace with the full intention of dying without revealing the news that he had the token for the secret realm. He hoped that his death would shift the world's focus from the Jing clan to the royal family by showing to the world that His Majesty Wang Wei killed him after receiving the information about the secret realm. Unfortunately, his plan failed. As such, Jing Yong left the palace with nothing but a bleeding nose and a frown on his face. Fang Divine Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Fang Lijuan was sitting on her dragon phoenix throne discussing recent events around the world. "The secret of longevity?" said Fang Lijuan with a sneer on her face. "Can a small thousand world like this one have the secret of longevity that many cultivators in our myriad emperor world have been searching for countless eras? According to our investigation, this secret realm contained countless earth-tier pills in it," said the Minister of War. "So what? Does this goddess care about a few lowly earth-tier pill?" The Minister of War sighed secretly after hearing this. Normally, Her Majesty is quite astute and tactically driven despite her arrogance. However, her recent failures at the border have made her lose some of her edges. As such, the Minister of War continued to explain, "In this world, there are very few alchemists who can refine earth-tier pills. However, the success rate of these alchemists are abysmally low. So, it is impossible for them to refine so many pills. As such, we can deduce that this secret room was in fact one left from ancient time. Fang Lijuan frowned after hearing and said, "What's your point?" Given the fact that this world also practiced the origin path, it is not too far-fetched to believe that a senior from the myriad emperor world came to this world to spread the Tao and left a powerful inheritance before leaving, responded the Minister of War while secretly cursing Li Jun. In fact, this argument has many problems, such as the fact that the majority of worlds in the community around the myriad emperor world cultivate the origin path. So, it is possible for someone from other worlds to leave an inheritance. As such, the Minister of War continued, in fact, it doesn't really matter whether the secret of longevity really exists in the secret realm, but its location matters. Great Xia, muttered Fang Lijuan, who seemed to think of something. Yes. Sacred Son Wang Wei of Great Xia has been labeled by our factions as currently the most threatening of all the participants. However, having such a label on the head is not necessarily a good thing. Who among the heaven chosens are not prideful individuals? So they will not easily accept such praises for their competitor, especially after not even meeting him. So, with this rumor, it is the perfect chance for them to see what he is capable of and determine his level of threat. And if he is as threatening as their own elders have made him out to be, the secret realm is the perfect opportunity to form an alliance against him, to kill him, or at the very least, eliminate him from this trial. Not to mention the slight possibility that this secret realm does in fact contains the secret of longevity. How can others let the people of Great Xia easily acquire such a thing? Fang Lijuan immediately started thinking after hearing these words. She placed the arrogance she had before, calmed herself down and pondered deeply about the situation. After a few minutes, she said, Huang Min with his insidious mind will not pass by any opportunity to increase his power, so he will definitely send people to try to enter the secret realm. The people of the Savior Coalition are desperate, so they will also participate in the action. As for the central region, I guess 2 of 3 dynasties there will definitely appear. Sun Wen's Great Wu dynasty is on the verge of collapse with his war against the Great Zhou dynasty. This secret realm might be the straw he needed to survive. As for Ji Song, given the conflict he has with Wang Wei during the Spirit Road, he will not pass this situation up. The only uncertainty is actually that guy from the Great Shu dynasty. His motives and actions have always been mysterious. Chapter 141. Great Wu Territory. In a military barrack, Ji Song was conducting a meeting in the military camp. After hearing the rumor regarding the secret realm, he decided to head there immediately, as this was his chance to get his revenge. Of course, he would not get his way this easily. You cannot. Why not? Replied Ji Song, looking at his brother with a look of anger in his face. He was tired of his big brother preventing him from enacting his revenge. Although most of the time he listened to his brother, his patience also had his limits. Because it is too dangerous, replied Ji Su, who took notice of his little brother's impatience. With the opening of this secret realm, all of the participants of this trial will most likely go there in person. When I arrived, I can challenge Wang Wei directly in a duel and defeat him for the shame he made me suffer in the Spirit Road and avenge great uncle Ji Xiang. Ji Su looked at his brother speechless, then started to massage his eyebrow. You do know that the secret realm is in the territory of the Great Xia, right? So what? So, if anyone dares to show up so blatantly, Wang Wei can order all the army of the Great Xia to besiege such a person in order to eliminate them. Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then he said, You are overthinking things. I have met Wang Wei personally and I can see that he has the pride of a heaven chosen. He would gladly accept my challenge. Ji Song did not say that just for the sake of saying it. He could tell what kind of person Wang Wei was during their battle in the Spirit Road. At that time, Wang Wei was weak as an ordinary mortal, yet he dared fight him who had the strength of body refining realm one-on-one. Such a person will not use insidious methods unless necessary, unlike those weasels of the Great Wu dynasty. You may be right, said Ji Su. But, what about Li Jun? His job as Wang Wei's general is to remove obstacles for him. If he knew that you were there and he could use the lives of countless Great Xia people in exchange for yours, do you think he would hesitate? Even if Wang Wei ordered him not to, in that situation, he will probably not hesitate to ignore the order. Ji Su sighed after saying this, then he continued, I have studied Li Jun's character for many years and came to the conclusion that he will not hesitate to sacrifice his life to pave the way for Wang Wei, let alone disobey his order. Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then looked at another person in the meeting room. This person was called Zhao Peng, and he was the son of Prime Minister Zhao Yan. He was trained as Ji Song's general for the future Heaven Will battle. Although Ji Song did not think that this Zhao Peng would die for him as their bond was not that deep, he still believed that he would do anything possible to remove his enemies. After thinking about this, he sighed and said, "So, are we just leaving the secret realm to the people of the Great Xia?" "Of course not," replied Ji Su. "We first need to band together with the other Heaven Chosen in order to exert pressure on the Great Xia people to allow each country a certain amount of entry. Then, we will send an elite team of soldiers to fight for the rewards inside the secret realm." Ji Song then nodded in agreement with his brother. In fact, Ji Su was quite suspicious of this secret realm. For one thing, the rate at which this news circulated throughout the world was too fast. Second, the whole situation seemed eerily similar to what happened to his little brother. Suddenly, news of something irresistible spread, then, many people jumped to find only to discover that it was a trap. This is exactly what happened to their great Zhou imperial dynasty during the Spirit Road trial. Thinking about this, Ji Su's suspicion further grew and he was sure of his deduction. However, he did not say anything to his little brother in order not to remind him of what happened in the past. As for the other Heaven Chosen, he did not plan to say anything. Not to mention whether they would believe him, it was not in his interest to warn them. On the contrary, Ji Su had the idea to further add to this plan. A few days later, in the Great Wu imperial dynasty, Sun Wen received a letter from Prime Minister Ji Su of the Great Zhou dynasty. In this letter, Ji Su promised him a temporary ceasefire in exchange for them to temporarily band together to exert pressure on the Great Xia dynasty to allow people entry to the secret realm. What's more, in the letter, Ji Su promised him that he would provide a few more entry spots from the Great Zhou as long as he promised to team up with him once their people entered the secret realm. Sun Wen became very excited after hearing this news. He had heard of the secret realm and wanted an opportunity to enter, however, he was worried about the Great Zhou dynasty, but now, he did not have to. Of course, one person was not that happy about this, and that was Sun Jialong. He felt that things were not that simple, unfortunately. His big brother once again refused to hear his warning. So, after sighing again, he did not say anything. As a matter of fact, Sun Wen was not the only person who received the invitation to place pressure on the Great Xia dynasty. Whether it was Feng Lijuan, Huang Min, and even the people of the Savior Coalition, they all received the invitation. Savior Coalition headquarters, a meeting was taking place. This meeting was composed of countless previous kings or monarchs that have lost their dynasty to the Heaven Chosen of the myriad emperor world. The rulers managed to escape after the fall of their kingdoms, but they eventually came together to form a power of their own. The leader of the Savior Coalition was actually a very young man that seemed to be of similar age with Wang Wei and the others. Coalition leader, you cannot participate in the secret realm personally. Yes, it is too dangerous. If those extraterrestrial demons gang up on you, you will not survive. The coalition cannot survive without your leadership. Coalition leader, think about the people. Without you, they will be brutally ruled by these extraterrestrial demons. At the center of the meeting sat a handsome teenager that had a proud and domineering look on his face. His name was Long Outyan, and if Wang Wei was here, he would immediately recognize this person as the cultivator he met that used the strange earth escape spell in the divine sea realm when he first arrived in this world. Long Aotian's life was basically a protagonist template. He was born with poor talents in a weak family. However, one day while bathing in a lake, he met a dying cultivator in the transcending mortality realm that washed away his body for him and increased his talent, then handed over to him his inheritance. After that, Long Aotian's life was smooth sailing. His cultivation rose quickly, he got plenty of rare opportunities, and he made all the people who looked down on him pay. In fact, Long Outyan has noticed that his luck has increased dramatically the past 10 years. Although he knew that he was lucky, however, compared to the past 10 years, the amount of opportunities he encountered are simply too much to count. At this point in his life, Long Aotian knows that as long as he enters a mountain or forest area, he will encounter one or two fortunate encounters. Whether it is to discover rare herbs, precious ores, or powerful inheritance, for him, it was only a matter of strolling in the forest or jumping off a cliff. Long Aotian thought his life was going to continue to be as boring as it was until he managed to save a beautiful girl that was being chased. After that, he learned that she was the princess of a fallen kingdom that was destroyed by a bunch of invading extraterrestrial demons from the endless void. After hearing this, in order to woo the beautiful princess, Long Aotian promised to avenge her and her kingdom. He also promised her to kick these extraterrestrial demons out of their world and build back her kingdom. Then, Long Aotian started his path of conquest. With the support of the princess royal family and all the resources he got from all his adventures, he built an army and fought against the extraterrestrial demons. He rallied all the royal and noble families that had lost everything together to form the Savior Coalition, essentially crowning himself emperor. Unfortunately for Long Aotian, he suffered his first major defeat in life after fighting with his rival enemy, Huang Min. In that first battle, Long Aotian did not even last a few attacks and was almost killed. It was then that Long Aotian realized the terrors of the extraterrestrial demons. The strength that he was so proud of was actually nothing but a joke to those foreigners from the higher realm. Fortunately for him, he has always been lucky. So, no matter how much time he lost to Huang Min, he still managed to escape. And after each escape, he grew stronger and more powerful. Because of his recent growth, Long Aotian has become arrogant, as he believed that the only reason that these extraterrestrial demons are more powerful than him is due to their family background. As long as he is given enough time, he believes that he will soon surpass all of them, then uses his strength to suppress all of them, then exile them from his world. Then, he can take this rare opportunity to conquer the whole world like the ancient emperors. With the chi luck of the entire world, it won't take long before he cultivates the transcending mortality realm, past the heavenly tribulation to go to the higher realm. As a matter of fact, Long Aotian has even greater ambitions, that is to become great emperor. He believed that after entering the higher realm, with his talent and luck, he can slowly rise to the top of the cultivation path and one day proclaimed himself emperor. All of his plans can start with this secret realm. Long Aotian believes that with his luck, there is no one better than him to inherit the secret of longevity. Additionally, even if something goes wrong, he believes that nothing will happen to him. So, when he received this invitation letter from the great Zhou people, he decided to enter the secret realm personally despite the disagreement of his subordinates. Chapter 142. Great Shu Dynasty, Taoist Temple. Feng was sitting cross-legged on a black and white futon. In his hand was an invitation letter from Ji Su. Suddenly, the swastika tattoo on his body lit up, then a short-haired middle-aged man appeared. It was his teacher. "What are you going to do?" asked Shifuyu. "Honestly speaking, I have no desire or interest in this so-called secret realm," responded Feng while pondering. "However, I fear that on the unlikely scenario that something extraordinary was in fact inside, the other contemporary Dao childs will acquire it through the people they have infiltrated in this world." Recently, Feng has managed to track down a few of the spies that his competitors in the sect infiltrated in this world. However, he still did not manage to catch any of them. So, he placed a lot of his focus on tracking them. On top of that, soon, I will have to worry about the Great Zhou Dynasty's attack. After they conquer the Great Wu, there is a very good chance that they will attack us next. Shifuyu nodded, and he could guess this result based on his disciple's temperament, and the plans he had previously made. "So," he said, "in that case, I will go check out the secret realm myself." Feng was a little shocked, then he immediately asked, "Master, will you be all right?" "Disciple, you do not need to worry about me. My primordial spirit has not only stabilized, but I have also recovered some of my strength. Although I cannot personally take action because of all the true monarchs observing this trial, I can still sneak into the secret realm without anyone noticing." Feng then nodded after hearing this, then he agreed to Ji Su's invitation. Great Xia Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Wang Wei was reading a letter that contained all the signatures of all the remaining power of this trial. The letter asked him to allow these factions to send elite troops to enter the secret realm and compete fairly in the secret realm without interference. Of course Wang Wei knew that this was essentially a threat, but he did not care about this. He smiled to himself, then muttered, "It should be about time." A month later, a visitor came to see Wang Wei in the palace throne room. It was Patriarch Xingyong. Unlike the previous time he saw him, Wang Wei noticed that he was more haggard and listless, like his mind has been restless or on edge for a long period of time. More importantly, he seemed to be injured. "Minister Xingyong has seen His Majesty. You may rise." "Patriarch Zheng, what brought you to see me today?" Immediately after hearing this, Xingyong knelt on the ground, placed his forehead on the floor and said, "I beg His Majesty to save the Jin clan." "Oh, did something happen to your clan? Right under this monarch's nose?" As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knew exactly what happened to the Jin clan and the reason that their patriarch had come to see him. With the news that a secret realm was discovered by the Jin clan, many people have investigated and discovered the entrance of the secret room. Unfortunately, the token to enter the secret realm was still in the hands of Xingyong. As such, the people interested in the secret realm started to observe every move and action of the Jin clan. At first these people were patient and cautious due to fear of Wang Wei intervening. However, when they realized that no one said or investigated their actions, they became extremely bold. They tried every means to either infiltrate the Jin clan manor or get any information about the token from the different family members. However, recently, the actions of these people started to escalate. They kidnapped important family member of the Jin clan to torture information out of them or asking to exchange the secret realm token with these captured people's lives. And last night, someone directly attacked the Jin clan manor, resulting in Patriarch Xingyong's injury. Meanwhile, Xingyong secretly clenched his hand when he heard the question. Of course he knew that His Majesty was aware of all the chaos that is happening in the capital. If he did not purposely allow it, how could these foreigners act so blatantly and arrogant? However, Xingyong did not show it in his face as he knew that he was the one asking for help. So, while still kowtowing, he said, "Due to the fact that the news of the Jin clan's secret realm leaking, there have been countless atrocities done against our clan. So, I ask Your Majesty, my Jin clan after all, we are also people of Great Xia. We are also your people, we also pay taxes just like everyone of the dynasty." Wang Wei smiled, then placed his right hand on his chin before saying, "What you say is indeed true. You are indeed my people. However, from what I remember, a month ago you personally told me that your clan did not discover a secret realm? According to the dynasty's law, you and your entire clan can be annihilated for lying to this monarch." Xingyong did get up from the ground and immediately replied, "Your Majesty, this minister did not lie. This secret realm has been part of the Jin clan's inheritance for countless generations. As such, we did not discover it, nor is there any secret of longevity inside. This is the reason that the minister said that these rumors were false." "Hee," said Wang Wei with an interesting smile on his face. "Even when the situation has aggravated to this level, you still want to quibble and play word choice with me." Xingyong slightly raised his head and looked directly at Wang Wei. He pondered for a brief second, clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to say something. However, he was stopped by a motion of Wang Wei. "I don't have the patience to watch you try to finesse your way out of this situation." After saying this, he threw a letter to Xingyong, which contained the demand of all the factions of the world to have access to the secret realm. After reading the letter, Xingyong's face became extremely ugly. According to his plan, he would share the secret realm with the royal family in exchange for them to prevent other people from intervening. However, based on the current situation, he is afraid that things will be out of control again. "Your Majesty, your meaning, provide each faction with a certain amount of spots, then set a date for 3 months later when all the people can enter the secret realm." Xingyong started to ponder rapidly. This situation is not totally bad for their Jin clan as they are already aware of what to expect inside the secret realm. As long as they can get a few of the wealth or pills inside, it is enough for them to survive until His Majesty leaves the world. Additionally, Xingyong believes that most of the Heaven Chosens disdain those earth pills inside the secret realm and are probably after the Golden Book. As such, the only people that their Jing clans have to be wary about are the people of the Savior Coalition. What's more, he knew that all these people attending the secret realm will most likely compete with each other. However, his Jing clan can still form an alliance with the Lang and Chang clan to combine their forces together. Jing Yong can actually accept this result. Compared with the worst result imagined by him, in which His Majesty just killed all the people of his clan and took the entrance token from him, he could still accept this final result. As such, Patriarch Jing Yong accepted Wang Wei's proposition and he left the imperial palace with satisfaction. Following which, the royal guards of the Great Xia started to arrest or kill anyone who dared to act with impudence in the capital, thus providing the Jing clan with breathing room. Of course, the attacks against them did not stop. They just became a lot more restrained and underhanded. The same day, Wang Wei sent a letter to all the Heaven Chosen, accepting their proposition and setting the date for the opening of the secret realm 3 months later. Just like that, 3 months passed quickly. During these past 3 months, the entire world was quiet. All the wars stopped and everyone was waiting for the day of opening. As a result, countless people traveled to the Great Xia dynasty, thus boosting trade and tourism. The dynasty's economy boomed rapidly in the past 3 months. When the day of opening arrived, countless elite soldiers dressed in different armors stood in front of Snow Tiger Mountain, which is the place where the entrance of the secret realm was located. These people came from all over the world, and they were considered the elites of elites in the respected dynasty. After a few hours of waiting, the alliance composed of 3 families of Zheng, Leng, Chang, arrived, signaling that the time for the opening was rapidly approaching. Chapter 143. In front of Snow Tiger Mountain, all the elites of different factions were waiting for the opening of the secret realm. The leader of the great Zhou dynasty soldiers that will enter the secret realm move around looking for something. After a while, his gaze locked on the group of people chosen by the great Xia dynasty. He observed each of them carefully. He saw how the soldiers donned the best of armor, stood up straight like spears, and a powerful aura emanating from them. The leader recognized this aura from elite soldiers that have gone through countless battles, an aura born simply from killing. Could the Prime Minister be wrong? He muttered under his breath. Should I personally enter the secret realm? While he was distracted, someone came to see him. The great Zhou leader recognized this person as the leader of the great Wu soldiers that would enter the secret realm. The man cupped his hand and said, Commander Zhang Qi, on behalf of Monarch Sun Wan, I would like to thank Prime Minister Ji Su for providing us with their own entry spots in this secret realm. Zhang Qi smiled happily and answered, there is no need for pleasantry. In foreign lands like this, it is better to have more allies than enemies. Afterwards, the two of them had a brief chat before separating. Meanwhile, after watching the people of Great Wu leaving, Zhang Qi seemed to have made his mind about something. A few minutes before the secret realm opened, a bunch of people flying suddenly arrived. These people were the few supernatural realm cultivators in this world, including the 3 ancestors of the Zheng, Leng, and Chang clan. The majority of these people have lived in seclusion, away from the mundane affairs of the world. Others have secretly joined to fight against the Heaven Chosens of the myriad Emperor world, and some have surrendered to them. Among all of these flying cultivators, the most noticeable was one that was actually protecting a carriage being carried by a few demonic birds. After the carriage landed, countless soldiers encircled the carriage, then a man wearing bright golden armor. The man had a handsome and youthful face. Unfortunately, it was ruined by his smug and arrogant look. This man was naturally Long Outyan. After exiting the carriage, he looked at the supernatural realm cultivator, who then waved his hand to manifest a golden throne. The reason that he brought this supernatural realm was because he wanted to share the wealth in this secret realm with him. Long Outyan was the kind of person who treated his subordinate very well, especially given the fact that this supernatural realm cultivator was the reason that he survived many of his battles against Huang Min. Long Outyan nodded before sitting on the throne. Then all the elite soldiers of the Savior Coalition carried the throne while waiting for the arrival time. Meanwhile, Long Outyan had a disdain for all the other people around, an act which garnered the anger and ire of everyone around him. However, no one dared to go against him as they knew whose territory they were in. Nevertheless, many people remembered Long Aotian's face and secretly vowed to get their revenge once they entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, not far from Snow Tiger Mountain, a person was rapidly approaching. Every step he took, he would travel for more than a few hundred meters. The person was Feng Heng's master, true monarch Shifuyu. After arriving near the entrance, no one actually noticed him, so he decided to secretly enter the secret realm before anyone. With his level of cultivation, he can totally break the space that the secret realm is located in. As long as he is careful not to alert the other true monarch watching here from the endless void. However, as soon as he was about to execute his plan, a warning came to him telling him that he will be discovered if he does such a thing, so he stopped. Shifuyu frowned as he knew that this warning was his intuition or sixth senses that activated. He first thought that maybe the true monarchs had discovered him, but he soon refuted this idea. The technique he used to hide himself is very special that would allow him to even hide in front of a great emperor, so they should not be able to notice him. As a matter of fact, if it was not the fact that this was a small thousand world and the space was actually quite fragile, which could result in powerful fluctuation if he tried to forcefully open the secret realm, Shifuyu did not have to worry ever about being discovered. However, now, his intuition was warning him, so he decided to be cautious. Instead of barging in like he previously planned, he secretly attacked his primordial spirit to one of the people that were going to enter the secret realm. When the time arrived, the Zheng clan ancestor took out a token, then activated it with her origin essence. Then, countless runes appeared in the air forming a door. Without hesitation she allowed the three clans to enter first before entering herself. She was followed by the people of Great Xia, then, all the other people rushed through the door. Luckily, Wang Wei had anticipated this and made sure that each faction decided between themselves the order between themselves. Oddly enough, the Great Zhou people were the last ones to enter, however, Commander Zhang Qi did not go in. Meanwhile, after all the factions entered the secret realm, they were immediately attacked by all the puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets have finally met their match. Even with their self-reconstruction abilities, they were no match for all the soldiers participating in the secret room. This was expected given the fact that all the people here were considered elites among elites. However, midway through the battle, when most of the puppets were destroyed along with their cores, the participants started fighting with each other. Everyone wanted all the treasures of the secret realm for themselves. As such, a bloody slaughter started taking place. Of course, the supernatural realm cultivators had the advantage despite not having the ability to fly. However, the other soldiers also had formations that allowed them to fight powerful cultivators. Midway through the intense slaughter, the secret realm started to tremble rapidly. The ground was shaky and most people found it difficult to stand up properly. Then, cracks started to appear. There were cracks everywhere, in the ground, in the surrounding wall. Eventually cracks appeared in the air itself, signifying that the space inside this secret realm was unstable. Many people suddenly understood that this might be a trap, however, it was already too late. The exit of the secret realm had long disappeared to the horrors of the people inside. Despite this, they still rushed to the place the exit used to be. Of course, not everyone acted this way. Some people ignored the destruction of the space around them and headed for the inner layer. Among these people was of course Long Outyan. When he reached the inner layer, he saw countless people fighting with the puppets located there. He then took out a talisman from his space ring that made him invisible. He had gotten this talisman in one of his fortunate encounters and it saved his life on many occasions. So, he bypassed all the puppets and took all the pills, gold, jewelry, and origin stones inside. Afterwards, he rushed to the altar to take the golden book. However, as soon as he touched the book, it turned into sand particles and disappeared. Long Aoshan's face became ugly as he realized that he was played. This entire secret realm was probably a trap set up by one of these extraterrestrial demons. After figuring out all of these things, he immediately left the inner area looking for an exit. Long Outyan did not want to die in a place like this. As a person destined to become a great emperor, how could he easily die at the hands of a trap? Among all the people rushing to find the exit, only one person was calm throughout the whole ordeal, and that was Shifuyu. He floated in the air while looking at all the terrified and desperate look of all the cultivators around him. He watched as one person that was passing by him was swallowed by a space crack, then was cut into millions of pieces by chaotic space. He watched as more and more space cracks appeared around the secret realm. As a result, more and more people were killed. He sighed, then waved his hand. Amidst the chaotic space, he opened a space passage especially for him, then he entered it without hesitation. Someone actually noticed the weird space passage that appeared and rushed towards it. Unfortunately, the passage closed instantly after Shifuyu left, releasing a special space energy in the process. This space energy was very little and tiny, then it scattered throughout the secret realm. As the space energy traveled further towards the inner layer, it was reduced to the size of an atom. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, who had just rushed out of the inner layer, suddenly felt a powerful earthquake, which made him fall to the ground. As such, he instinctively used his origin chi to protect his body from the fall. At the exact moment that Long Aotian fell on the ground, he landed exactly on the atomic-size space energy. His origin chi then blended with the space energy, activating it and instantly opening a space passage that swallowed him and transported him out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, a few seconds after Long Aotian's departure, the secret room exploded, essentially destroying everything and everyone inside. Chapter 144. Snow Tiger Mountain. The people that did not enter the secret realm looked at its destruction with shock and confusion. A few people suddenly realized the meaning behind this explosion and immediately ran away. Meanwhile, in the clouds above the Snow Tiger Mountain, Wang Wei was floating in the air while looking at his masterpiece with a smile on his face. He has been planning this game for more than 2 years, ever since the noble alliances threatened him with the supernatural realm cultivators. After discovering a secret realm that once belonged to the Dong royal family, he started planning this game. In order not to let anyone discover his plan, he erased all records of this secret realm. Anyone who knew about it had their memories erased. At first, this plan was created in order to kill all the supernatural realm cultivators of the Zheng, Leng, and Chang clan. However, Wang Wei figured out it was a waste to use an entire secret realm to actually kill a few supernatural realm cultivators. So, he increased his layout or plan to cover the entire world. With this event, the majority of the elite of this world were killed, thus weakening the strength of all the factions of this world. Not to mention all the supernatural realm cultivators that were killed in this incident. What happened 2 years ago taught Wang Wei that these people could cause serious problems to his rule if they ever banded together. Although the majority of them are actually hermit and recluse, he did not want to rely on their willingness to decide whether they would cause trouble. As such, he took preventive measures and killed the trouble in the bud. In order to do so, he had to make it look like the Great Xia was actually also a victim, so he also sent an elite group of soldiers inside the secret realm. Of course, the soldiers that entered were not actually elites of the Great Xia. They were in fact all the nobles he previously captured during the invasion of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom. Afterwards, he placed the most expensive armors he could find on them, trained them for a few months to look like proper elite soldiers, then had Li Jun installed slaughter chi into their bodies to make it look like they had witnessed countless battles. As a matter of fact, in order to be cautious, Wang Wei did not even take out all the wealth that he placed inside the secret realm. Instead, he allowed them to be destroyed along with all the cultivators, or so he thought. After watching his masterpiece for a while, Wang Wei flew to the closest city of Snow Tiger Mountain and met with Grand Censorate Wang Ju. "Is everything done?" he asked her. "Yes, Your Majesty. Under your order, all the Fate Shadow Guard started a large-scale assassination against all the officials of the other factions. Whether it was generals, ministers, scholars, or alchemists. We have targeted all the backbones of these dynasties, essentially crippling them." "What was the result?" asked Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. "We have accomplished a great deal of success in the Feng Divine Dynasty, the Huang Divine Dynasty and the Savior Alliance, and the Great Wu. We did get some success in the Great Shu Dynasty, however, given how weak our influences are there, the result was not as satisfactory as we expected. However, the people of Great Zhou seem to have anticipated our attack, resulting in failure. As a matter of fact, a few of our agents were killed there." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, not that surprised by this outcome. he never believed that his opponents were all idiots. Based on Ji Su's intelligence, he would never fail for the same method twice. Furthermore, today, when he saw that the Great Zhou had given the majority of their spots to the Great Wu people, he figured out that his plan might have been noticed by him. However, he did not care about this. Even if Ji Su exposed his game, he had many other ways to lure the people of the world into the secret realm. And if all of that failed, he would still be satisfied with getting rid of the noble alliance from his own dynasty. Anything else to report? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, Patriarch Zheng Yong has asked to meet with you after being arrested. Do you want to talk to him? No need, just execute him with all the other patriarchs. Also, leave no one alive in their clans, responded Wang Wei by waving his hand. After finishing the meeting, Wang Wei flew towards Snow Tiger Mountain again. However, by this time, the majority of people had long run away. Wang Wei waved his hand and countless arrays were activated, isolating the chaotic space currents or energy that still existed after the explosion. Then his eyes lit up. Another reason that he chose this method of killing all the elites of the world was actually to create an environment for him to refine his fleshly body. Over the years, Wang Wei has spent a lot of time practicing the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and refining his bones. However, the process has been quite slow. So, after discovering the secret realm, he thought about using the power of chaotic space to further refine his fleshly body. So, after activating the formations to prevent other people from entering the area, he started to refine his fleshly body with the power of chaotic space. Of course, Wang Wei only dared to do such a thing because the level of space in this small thousand world was quite weak, otherwise, he would be ripped to shreds if he ever tried something like this back home, especially with his current realm. A few kilometers away from Snow Tiger Mountain, a man with a hood covering his face was standing on top of a demonic beast. This demonic beast was actually a tier 4-1 given the aura he exudes. The man finished reading a talisman, then looked in the direction of Snow Tiger Mountain, then he muttered, killing all the elites of the world in order to pave the way for your future conquest. This Wang Wei is not as simple as the elders said. However, this also works in my favor. The hooded man sighed and motioned for the demonic beast to move. Then, the bird-looking demonic beast turned invisible. No, it just blended into the surroundings. An act which also made this hooded man invisible. Then, they left in one direction. However, the man still muttered to himself before departing, unfortunately, my plans are not completely ready yet. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou military barracks, Ji Song was reading information while fuming. As he breathes out loud, a powerful gas can be seen coming out of his nose. Veins could be seen popping out of his forehead, then he crushed the talisman in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a terrible bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. All the generals in the meeting room placed their heads down and dared not look him in the eyes. The reason that Ji Song was so furious was that he almost fell for the same trap twice, and by the same person too. If his big brother did not stop him, heaven knows what would have happened to him if he entered that secret realm. The more Ji Song thought about this, the more angry he became. Suddenly, the seats under him started melting as lava started falling out of his body. Little Song, control yourself, yelled Ji Su, an act which eventually calmed down Ji Song a little bit. He ignored the melted chair underneath him, then took many deep breaths before completely calming himself down. He looked at his big brother and asked, "What do we do from now on?" "Luckily, I had anticipated this outcome, so our losses are actually negligible," responded Ji Su. The people he sent to the secret realm were nothing but prisoners of war that he secretly controlled through poisons. The only exception being the commander. However, Zhang Qi was sent there fully aware that he might not return alive. Fortunately, it seemed that he managed to escape the pursuit of the Fate Shadow Guards. Now that all the elite soldiers of the Great Wu dynasty have been killed, this is the perfect time for us to quickly capture all their remaining territory. Ji Song nodded in agreement before starting the war again. This time, the Great Zhou dynasty was even more fierce. In order to rapidly move their troops, Ji Su used a large number of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts traveled day and night without rest. Once they reached their limits, Ji Su will place them inside his space ring, which was very large and capable of holding living beings, and replace them with new demonic beasts. In that way, the transportation system of the Great Zhou dynasty can reach at least 70% of the Great Xia that use constructs or puppets. Of course, the Great Zhou was not the only dynasty that was rushing to conquer more land. After the secret real incident, Li Jun also started a fierce attack against the Fang divine dynasty. Chapter 145. The Great Zhou army was relentless in their conquest of Great Wu, especially their monarch, Ji Song. He was standing in front of the Great Wu army with just leather armor on his body. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch in the air, then a flaming meteorite rushed from him into the opposite army. The meteorite burned everything and everyone in its path. The Great Wu soldiers soon discovered that some of their companions were burned to the point that their flesh had melted with the armor they were wearing, making it impossible to distinguish the difference between one another. After the first attack, Ji Song did not stop. He continued to punch in the air, creating more meteorites in the air. After this attack was over, he opened his mouth and spewed out hot lava, scorching the remaining soldiers. With him along, he took out an army of more than 300,000 men. This time around, Ji Song did not leave anyone alive. After finishing his conquest, he motioned for his soldiers, who looked at him with both fear and reverence, to clean up the aftermath of the battle before heading to his next destination. Just like that, Ji Song slaughtered his way all the way through to the Great Wu dynasty's capital. Unfortunately, once he arrived there, he ran into a little trouble. Sun Wen used the remaining qi luck of the dynasty to activate a powerful formation to protect the last remaining territory, effectively preventing the downfall of his Great Wu dynasty. Ji Song looked at the countless ruins surrounding the entire city with a frown in his face, then, he started attacking it. Numerous flaming meteorites and lava landed on the protection dome. Unfortunately, besides shaking a little, the array was not damaged even the least bit. Ji Song frowned before deciding to use more powerful attacks. He refused to believe that he could not break through this formation. However, his big brother stopped him before he continued. Then, Ji Su reminded him that he could also use his dynasty's qi luck to fight against this formation. It was then that Ji Song realized how stupid his behavior was. So, he took out his conferred god list and imperial seal to mobilize the qi dragon of the Great Zhou dynasty. A golden dragon suddenly appeared on top of the Great Wu dynasty's capital. This dragon had the words, Wu, inscribed on its forehead. After appearing, the dragon roared to the heaven to demonstrate its superiority, then it rushed to the flood dragon of the Great Wu dynasty, and started to devastate it in a one-on-one battle. Ji Song watched this battle with a smile on his face. He could feel that his dynasty's luck would be the final winner. However, this process would take a little while, as the flood dragon had the power of formation to support it for a while. However, Ji Song was patient enough to wait for the outcome. Meanwhile, in the Fang divine dynasty, Fang Lijuan was in a border city overseeing the battle against the Great Xia army. In just a short few weeks, she already lost another quarter of her territory again. Given the fact that her bloodline backlash has not completely healed, her strength was dramatically reduced. Of course, in her current situation, it didn't really matter whether she had any strength. The majority of her officials and generals were assassinated, leaving not only the dynasty, but the army in shambles. Even if she had the ability to stop Li Jun, her army was currently not in shape to fight against the Great Xia, given the fact that the chain of command was essentially crippled. On top of that, the reinforcements she received from Huang Min quickly left back to their own territory as they were needed there. At this point in time, Fang Lijuan had to acknowledge that she has failed greatly in this trial, and it is only a matter of time before her dynasty is destroyed and she will be forced to leave the warring kingdom world. While Fang Lijuan was thinking about her next step of action, her Minister of War, who managed to survive the assassination from the Fate Shadow Guards intact, entered the military barracks to report something. Goddess Empress, one of our scouts discovered a severely injured person close to our military barracks, said the Minister of War. Did someone from the Great Xia manage to bypass our blockade? That's not it. Oh, did you capture a member of the Fate Shadow Guard? That's not it either. So, why are you bothering this goddess with a random injured person? Asked Fang Lijuan with a puzzled look on her face. According to the information received, this person just suddenly appeared near our barracks, without any sign or movement. Oh, responded Fang Lijuan, a little intrigued. If this person has such magical means, maybe she could use it to turn the tide of this war. Do you know who this person is? We have identified the person as the leader of the Savior Coalition, Long Outyan. Fang Lijuan frowned after hearing this, not expecting this outcome. How could a native have such magical means? However, she still decided to see him. Soon, a person lying on a wooden bed was carried in front of Fang Lijuan. He has countless scars all over his body. Some were so deep that you could easily see his bones or internal organs. Fang Lijuan checked before realizing that this person's breath was so small that he could die at any point. So, she waved her hand to say, "He is useless to us, so just put him out of his misery." The Minister of War nodded and started to move the bed outside in order to execute the order. Wait, suddenly said Fang Lijuan. Wasn't he one of the people who entered the secret realm? I believe so, responded the Minister of War after pondering for a few seconds. She had received detailed news of Long Aoshan's action due to the fact that he was the only king to enter the secret realm personally. So, how did he survive the explosion? Asked Fang Lijuan. A question that also baffled the Minister of War. After pondering for a while, Fang Lijuan continued, seal his cultivation and give him a pill that is strong enough for him to wake up, but not enough for him to completely heal. Also, send me all the information we have collected on this Long Outyan. A few minutes later, Fang Lijuan was reading all the information her dynasty had about Long Outyan. From his origin in a small family, to his sudden rise in cultivation, to his encounter with the princess of a fallen dynasty, and his fight for hegemony with all the heaven chosens, especially Huang Min. She was instantly shocked by how ridiculous some of the things that happened to Long Outyan were. For a brief moment, she thought that their spy agency had made a mistake and handed her a story about a mythical character written by scholars to entertain the masses. Suddenly, Fang Lijuan remembered a piece of information she had read long ago in her family's archive, so she muttered, Son of Destiny? This Long Outyan met all the requirements of the Son of Destiny that her clan recorded about. Thinking about this, a bold plan suddenly emerged in her mind. If she can succeed, then her trial will not fail. On the contrary, the benefits she would receive might even bring her a few surprises. Great Wu Dynasty, Imperial Palace, Sun Wen was sitting in his dragon throne with a look of despair. The entire room was destroyed due to his anger. At this point of time, he knew that he had failed. Unlike other heaven chosen that would be given a second chance even if they failed this trial, Sun Wen knew that he was not one of them. He had many other brothers and sisters, so he was lucky to be able to be the one chosen to attend this trial. With this failure, his status in the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty would be in great danger and his cunning siblings would not hesitate to remove him from his status of crown prince. Additionally, he also knew that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty were not so keen to participate in this generation's heaven will battle as they knew that a truly powerful great emperor will be born in this glorious age. Due to the fact that they are used to using their wisdom to fight, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty knew that this era full of heaven-defying and powerful geniuses was not in favor of their style of doing things. Even so, they try to use this trial to see if there is still a slim chance for them. However, now, it seemed that they were right. With this failure, Sun Wen knew that his path of emperor was over. Why don't you have a last battle with Ji Song? Even if you lose, you have to lose with pride and glory, suddenly said Sun Jialong to his big brother. However, Sun Wen just scoffed at him before slowly standing up and looking through the window in the throne room. He looked at the panicked people of the capital, looked at the people who took advantage of this situation to rape, loot, and kill. Without much change in his face, he said, What can pride and glory do? Can they magically allow me to save this dynasty? The room immediately became quiet after Sun Wen said this. A sullen and desolate atmosphere enveloped the entire room. After a few seconds, Sun Wen only heard a deep sigh before feeling something piercing his heart from the back. He instantly threw out a mouthful of blood while holding the sharp edge of the object from the front. While staggering to keep his balance, he slowly turned his head to see his younger brother, Sun Jialong, with tears in his eyes, stabbing him from the back with a rusty sword. With a visible shock in his face, he stuttered, "How could you?" Chapter 146. Sun Wen could not believe that he would be betrayed, let alone by his younger brother, Sun Jialong. Their sovereign father has many children and many wives and concubines. As such, the competition between the siblings is quite intense. However, one of the reasons that Sun Wen managed to rise to the top was actually because of the support of his little brother. After all, the two of them are actually from the same mother. Most of Sun Wen's siblings are also tactically minded, so they are weak when it comes to direct confrontation. The only exception being Sun Jialong, who since he was young had always advocated being strong, courageous, and fearless in battle. So with his little brother's support in the muscle department and his tactical ability, Sun Wen was able to get an edge or advantage over his other competitors and acquired the position of crown prince. However, things did not seem as simple as Sun Wen imagined. After Sun Jialong stabbed his big brother, tears started to fall from his eyes. He looked at the slowing fading lights from his big brother's gaze and said, "I did not want to do this. Many times I tried to suggest to you to be like a real king, one that is powerful enough to support heaven and earth, one that can face any adversity with strong will and fierce determination, one that only uses politics and tactics when necessary. However, you never listened to me. All you can think about is how smart and cunning your plans are. Tell me, what have your schemes and plots accomplished? Where have they got you?" Sun Wen looked incredible at his younger brother. He did not expect him to have so much emotions bottled up inside him. To Sun Wen, his little brother was a dumb guy that only knew how to use force to solve everything. And without him, he would have long been killed by his other siblings. However, he was completely wrong. In his little brother's eyes, he was probably just a clown and cowards without a spine. Despite figuring out this, he was still a little confused. "Why?" asked Sun Wen with blood falling from his facial orifices. "For the future of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty," replied Sun Jialong with trembling hands. "With the way things are in our dynasty, it is only a matter of time before we become irrelevant in the grand stage. Or even worse, completely destroyed. Our dynasty needs a true great emperor." Sun Wen was surprised by his little brother's words before looking down at the rusty sword that pierced his heart. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "So, that's how it is." Then, he smiled before losing the last light of his light. After Sun Wen's death, the rusty sword in Sun Jialong suddenly absorbed something from Sun Wen's body, then the rusty sword turned golden and the character for human became even more clear. It seemed to contain a certain spirit. Afterwards, countless golden spots started to enter Sun Jialong's body, transforming him completely. Whether it was his strength, comprehension, talent, and soul were improved dramatically. More importantly, his luck broke from golden dragon straight to peak purple gold dragon, skipping the purple luck. The process only lasted for a few minutes before stopping. Afterwards, Sun Jialong looked at the sword in his hand with a complicated look on his face. He loathed this sword as the requirement to activate it is to kill a powerful king after losing his kingdom or dynasty. On the other hand, he will rely on it for his future emperor's path. At first, Sun Jialong was going to kill one of the heaven chosens of this trial to activate the sword. However, based on his big brother's terrible abilities that he displayed in the past years, he soon realized that such a thing might not be possible. So, in desperation, he decided to make such a drastic decision. As for his other siblings back home, he did not have the chance to kill them due to the cultivators always protecting them. More importantly, Sun Jialong knew that if he activated this sword back in the Myriad Emperor world, a powerful vision would occur throughout the entire world, thus revealing the identity of this sword. And with the strength of their Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, it would be very difficult for them to preserve the sword. After reining in his thoughts, Sun Jialong looked at the protection array that was deactivated after the king's death. The Qi-Luck flood dragon of the Great Wu Dynasty roared in sadness before dispersing into countless motes of lights, signaling the end of the dynasty. Meanwhile, both Ji Song and Ji Su were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. However, they soon regained their bearings and marched with their army straight for the imperial palace. They thought that maybe Sun Wen had decided to surrender. Inside the dragon throne room, Sun Jialong took one last look at the fallen Great Wu and swore to himself that he would never allow such a thing to happen to the Great Wu imperial dynasty. Afterwards, he placed the body of his big brother in his space ring before crushing a talisman. Immediately afterwards, a space crack appeared and swallowed Sun Jialong, and he found himself floating in the endless void. There, he saw countless true monarchs looking at him with different gazes. Some looked at him with intrigue, some with sneer and disdain, some just looked like they took pleasure in his suffering. Of course, the particular gaze was very intense, full of anger and fury. It was the Tao protector of his big brother and his grand-uncle, retired Prince Sun Quan. "Why did you do it?" asked true monarch Sun Quan with a gruff voice, trying to control the fury inside of him. "Great uncle, I have my reasons." "Let's hear them then." "I believe that this is not the place to discuss this kind of thing," replied Sun Jialong while gazing at all the other true monarchs that seemed to be watching their conversation like it was a drama play in the brothels. Sun Quan took a deep breath to calm himself down, before taking out a token to activate a teleportation. As this world was discovered by their Great Wu imperial dynasty, they have placed an array to connect it to the Myriad Emperor place. Meanwhile, after the two of them disappeared, the true monarchs started discussing the situation among themselves. "I cannot believe that he actually killed his own brother. Isn't common knowledge that royal families are the most ruthless? Father killing son and brothers killing each other is a very common thing. Adding to that the competition of the heaven will, well, anything is possible." That may be true, however, they usually do these kinds of things in secret. After all, they still have to save their family's face. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. None of that actually matters. Suddenly said some from the Divine Tao League. "Can anyone identify the sword he used?" No one answered the question for a while before someone said, "Could it be that sword?" "Unlikely, that sword has been lost for countless eras. In fact, many people believe that this sword never existed in the first place, or disappeared with its owner. In any case, this generation of heaven will battle just got more interesting with another variable added to it." Many people had a pensive look on their face after hearing this. To be precise, they had a frown on their faces. If this sword is what they think it is, things will become more difficult for their heaven chosen. Of course, one person thought differently from the other people, and that was true monarch Yan Chen. He had the utmost faith in his young master, and he sneered at the idea that a mere weapon could actually decide the fate of the heaven will. Any person who had such an idea did not truly understand the meaning of a glorious age. Any time that one generation of heaven will was sacrificed for the next generation, it means that a fierce and brutal battle will take place in order to cultivate a very powerful great emperor. According to Yan Chen's guess based on past knowledge, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born in this generation. As such, no matter how powerful the weapon in Sun Jialong's hand is, it can only allow him the ability to stand on the same footing as heaven chosens like his young master or crown prince Ji Song. And if Sun Jialong has the mindset that a weapon is enough for him to pave his way to the Tao, then that would only prove that his Tao heart is unsteady and he has no future in the path of the emperor. Meanwhile, after Sun Quan teleported back to the Myriad Emperor world, he looked deeply at Sun Jialong, his meaning very obvious. To which Sun Jialong just took out his swords and showed both the front and back to him. "Human destiny sword," muttered Sun Quan with a great shock in his face. Chapter 147. True monarch Sun Quan stared at the sword in Sun Jialong's hand with an intense excitement, surprise, and hope, especially after he explained that it was actually the human destiny sword. As the name suggests, this sword holds the destiny, fortune, or luck of the entire human race of the Myriad Emperor world. It was created by the human emperor back in ancient times as the luck condensation weapon of the Great Qin imperial dynasty. Anyone who holds it is the rightful heir of the Great Qin imperial dynasty and has the right to recreate or re-establish the Great Qin imperial dynasty. Of course, no cultivators in current time will acknowledge this so-called heir, as no one would want some random person becoming their leader just because a sword said so. In fact, there are many other benefits that Sun Jialong will have access to as the holder of the human destiny sword. For one, he will have access to the Myriad Emperor Dao scripture, which is an emperor-level technique created by the human emperor that cultivates the Dao of emperor or the Dao of sovereign. Just this fact was enough to make retired Prince Sun Quan very excited, as their great Wu imperial dynasty finally has a second emperor scripture. Besides the one created by their founder, the remaining 3 emperor scriptures were in fact quasi-emperor tier techniques, maybe just a little more powerful than that. However, they still did not reach the level of a true emperor art. Another benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the increase in talent and strength. As a successor to the human emperor, Sun Jialong's talent must reach a certain level, and if he does not, the sword will make it up for him. A third benefit is the fact that he should have access to the Great Qin treasury. There are rumors that the Great Qin imperial dynasty, as the only dynasty that ever conquered the entire world, held countless wealth. Wealth enough to make a single man have more resources than both the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy combined. There are also rumors that the human emperor discovered a method of longevity and left it in this treasury. The fourth benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the fact that after reaching a certain level of cultivation, he will be able to activate the human preservation array through the sword, as such, being able to have the power of an emperor formation anywhere in the Myriad Emperor realm. This is one reason that Sun Jialong did not fear showing his sword to true monarch Sun Quan. Although with his current cultivation realm he cannot yet activate the array, however, once someone tries to take the sword from him by force, the array will open up automatically to protect him. Despite this, Sun Jialong will still choose to remain low-key in the future, as the significance of this sword is too great to the Myriad Emperor world. This sword represents the legitimacy to rule the entire Myriad Emperor world. Although the majority of cultivators would never accept or allow this, however, there are many of them that would. As long as Sun Jialong decided to reveal his status as the human emperor successor, countless people would still rally behind him, thus allowing him to form a powerful force very quickly. The Myriad Emperor world has been long divided by all the factions of the world. As such, no sect or dynasty would allow another powerful faction to rise up and take a piece of the pie that was already divided. If any faction wants to get more power, there is only one way, and that is to cultivate a great emperor. And even that may not be enough. The Myriad Emperor world has reached such a stable balance that not just any great emperor can decide the direction of the entire world. Said emperor must be extremely powerful in order to do so. This balance created by all the powerful factions of the world has both a positive and a negative. The positive is that the world is generally quite peaceful. There are few large-scale wars between factions, as they usually use their heaven chosen to decide the outcomes of things. A perfect example of that is the fact that there has been no Emperor Dao war since the Middle Emperor era. In other words, no emperor lineage has fought each other until extermination since the last era. The negative part of this balance is the fact that the Myriad Emperor world has become stale or stagnant for countless millennia. Nothing new or unexpected has happened for millions of years. Many people believe that the reason that the glorious age arrived in this era was because Heavenly Tao wanted to shake the status quo of the world, so it set out to cultivate a powerful great emperor that could bring brand new and better changes to the entire world. In fact, Sun Jialong did not reveal the most terrifying part of the human destiny sword to anyone. The most heaven-defying ability this sword granted him was the fact that he became the son of destiny of the Myriad Emperor world. Sun Jialong knew that with this title or position, his life from now will be extremely smooth, at the very least until the heaven will battle. No matter what troubles he encounters, no matter what powerful enemy he faces, he will always find a way to succeed or escape in one piece. More importantly, from now on, wherever he goes, he will discover countless fortunate opportunities that increase his strength, wealth, or power. He will encounter countless beauties that will be helpful to his rise to the top. As a matter of fact, this is not just Sun Jialong's wishful thinking. Throughout the Myriad Emperor world's billions of years of history, there has only been one son of destiny, and that was the Heavenly Sun Emperor. The entire life of the Heavenly Sun Emperor was smooth sailing. Anywhere he goes, he will discover rare spiritual medicine, plants, or techniques. If he ever encountered an enemy he could not defeat, this enemy would be filled with bad luck until he or she mysteriously died in a weird or strange accident. one time of his many concubines was dying after severing from a powerful curse. So, he wanted to find a rare elixir or pill to cure her. Just as the Heavenly Sun Emperor left his home, he heard an explosion not far from him, so he checked it out. It turns out that an alchemist blew itself out while refining a precious pill. When he arrived at the location, the Heavenly Sun Emperor discovered that the alchemist had died, but the pills in the furnace survived. And it turns out these pills were the very one he needed to treat his concubine. So, with a smile on his face, he immediately returned home, happy that he did not have to travel far. The worst thing is that this was not the most absurd thing that happened to the Heavenly Sun Emperor. During his generation Heaven will battle, he did not have to fight for even a second. A few minutes after arriving at the site of the battle, the Heaven will appeared in front of the Heavenly Sun Emperor who was inside a man-made cave deep in the mountain. Without any effort, he took the Heaven will, proved the Tao and became a great emperor. He then took the name of Heavenly Sun to show he was favored by heaven, that he was the son of heaven and earth itself. Of course Sun Jiaolong will never believe that by being the son of destiny he will automatically become a great emperor. During the glorious age, luck is useless as only by killing all participants will the heaven will appear before the final winner. Furthermore, the fate of the Heavenly Sun Emperor is the perfect example of why no real powerhouse should rely on luck all their lives. After the Heavenly Sun became emperor, no one was willing to accept losing just like that. So, many doubts about the ability of the Heaven Sun Emperor aroused. People kept saying that it was only because of luck that he became an emperor, an act which actually infuriated him. So, the Heavenly Sun Emperor used his powerful strength to suppress all these people. However, no one was convinced as he was just using his higher cultivation level to bully people weaker than him. In fact, one of the most famous recorded incidents at that time was that a heaven chosen of that time spit directly in the face of the Heavenly Sun Emperor, refusing to bow to him even if it killed him. The heaven chosen directly called him a weak coward who relied entirely on luck to go through his whole life. After that incident, the Heavenly Sun Emperor did kill the heaven chosen. Instead, he set out to prove everybody wrong by attacking one of the most powerful forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Netherworld. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sun Emperor's action just proved that the world was right about him. After entering the Netherworld, he never came out again, showing that even the Son of Destiny cannot rely on its heaven-defying luck for everything. Meanwhile, after checking the sword from Sun Jiaolong's hand, retired Prince Sun Quan immediately returned to the Great Wu imperial dynasty to discuss future plans with the sovereign and retired elders. Back to the trial, in the Fang divine dynasty, Long Outyan woke up after a few days in a coma. He looked around with difficulty before saying with a tired voice, "Where am I? Wait, I'm still alive." "You are indeed alive, thanks to your luck and this goddess' help," said a sweet and enchanting voice. Chapter 148. Long Outyan moved his head in the direction of the voice with great difficulty. Then, he saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She was wearing a white hanfu, fully displaying her divine and sacred bearing. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, making every man wanting to do everything to curry her favor, to elicit a simple smile from her, to see any kind of jubilance emanating from them. "Are you a fairy?" "No, maybe a goddess," muttered Long Outyan subconsciously after seeing Fang Lijuan. "You can say that," she replied, still with a cold look on her face. However, Long Outyan did not care about this. The colder she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Of course Fang Lijuan could see the possessive nature in Long Aoshan's eyes, but she did not care about it. Most men that she meets have the same look, so she is used to it by now. "You should not move so quickly, otherwise your wounds will open," warned Fang Lijuan when she saw Long Outyan trying to get out of the bed. However, he refused to listen to her. How could he allow his future wife to see him in such a weak state? As such, Long Outyan wanted to show that he was fine by getting. Unfortunately for him, he was still in a terrible state. Although the space he teleported through was somewhat stable, it was not enough for him to survive unarmed. As such, Long Outyan was almost grinded into tiny dust particles during a chaotic space teleportation. After trying to get up, all the bandages on Long Outyan suddenly started bleeding, signaling that his wounds were reopened. Fang Lijuan sighed after seeing this, then walked next to him to help him change his bandage. An act which placed a wide grin in the face of Long Outyan. However, Fang Lijuan did not say anything during the entire process. Afterwards, Long Outyan finally listened to her warning and rested properly instead of moving. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan was sitting in her room looking at the bandages that she had just finished wrapping. Worthy of a son of destiny. Only a few seconds after meeting him, my IQ seemed to have been lowered. When would I, Fang Lijuan, help a man change his bandage? After saying this, a ruthless look appeared in her eyes, then she smiled cunningly. In the next few days, Fang Lijuan accompanied Long Outyan during his recovery. As such, the two got to know each other pretty well. Although Long Outyan was a little shocked when he discovered that she was an extraterrestrial demon, he convinced himself that only a person with such a background can be so beautiful, and worthy of him, a future great emperor. Unfortunately, his recovery was going very slow. One day while conversing, Fang Lijuan suddenly sighed and said, "If only this goddess had a purple leaf cinnamon, your injuries could be healed in just a few days." "What's that?" "Oh, it's a very rare and precious herb used for healing. Unfortunately, I did not bring any with me from my world." Long Outyan frowned for a while before asking, "Can you describe this herb?" Fang Lijuan had a puzzled look on her face due to Long Aoshan's words, but she did not pay much attention to it before describing the purple leaf cinnamon. However, to the surprise of Fang Lijuan, Long Outyan took out a strange herb from his space ring and handed it to her. She looked at the spiritual herb, then at him for a few times before holding Long Aoshan's hand in excitement. "That's the purple leaf cinnamon? How come you have such a thing? With this medicine, your injuries can heal very quickly," said Fang Lijuan with a smile on her face. However, immediately afterwards, she realized how bold and audacious her behavior was, so she coughed in embarrassment, then removed her hand from his while blushing red. Meanwhile, Long Outyan was simply lost in Fang Lijuan's smile. To him, her smile was more exuberant than the brightest of suns, more beautiful than the most perfect of flowers created by heaven and earth, and more ethereal than a fairy dancing under the moonlight. Not to mention the smoothness and suppleness of her hands. For a brief moment, he felt that he was holding the entire world, and for these short seconds, nothing else in the vast universe truly mattered. After taking a few seconds to regain her bearing, Fang Lijuan pretended nothing had happened before saying, "With this spiritual herb, I can refine a pill for you that allows you to recover in just a few days." Without waiting for Long Aoshan's response, she left the medical room and entered her own private room. However, the shy and happy look on her face was gone, replaced by a cold and indifferent one. She looked at the purple leaf cinnamon on her hand before muttering to herself, "I can't believe that I have found this extinct herb in this tiny small thousand world. Worthy to be this world's son of destiny. I just gave it a try without expecting anything, but who knows that he actually had it." After saying that, Fang Lijuan swallowed the entire herb raw, then started cultivating in order to digest it properly. After a few hours, she opened her eyes with excitement. Suddenly, her eyes turned white, showing that she had activated her bloodline. Fang Lijuan immediately became excited as her bloodline backlash from the battle with Li Jun was finally cured. More importantly, she knew that this was the minimum effect of this herb. The main use of this herb is to purify her bloodline, further strengthen her talent and strength. This kind of herb has long been extinct in the myriad emperor world. The ancestors did not deceive me when they say that the endless void is full of miracles. Each world, no matter how small, has their own unique trait or characteristic, muttered Fang Lijuan. Then, she looked in the direction of the medical room with a smile on her face before continuing her cultivation. 3 days later, Fang Lijuan came to see Long Outyan again. An act which delighted him given how he missed her terribly the past few days. He noticed how Fang Lijuan was more vigorous and lively than before, so he thought that she was happy about the fact that he was going to recuperate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan handed Long Outyan one of her remaining middle-grade earth pill that she brought to this trial with her. After taking it, he felt a powerful energy rushing throughout his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Long Outyen was surprised by the efficacy of this pill. He did not expect a random herb that he picked from the forest would be so precious. He thought maybe Fang Lijuan would know what to do with all the herbs he had in his space ring that he could not identify. As such, he took out a pile of spiritual herbs and showed it to her. With a surprised look on her face, Fang Lijuan began to identify some of the herbs she knew, while putting aside the unrecognizable ones to be tested later. After finishing her task, she sighed and told Long Outyen that she did not have the time to refine pills for him as she was in the middle of a war. As such, in order to show his trust in her, he told her she could keep all the materials. An act which made Fang Lijuan further blushed in front of Long Outyen before running out of the medical room with all the materials. Long Outyen looked at this with a smile on his face. He could tell that she was one step closer to subduing the goddess of his dream. In the meantime that Long Outyen was playing lovey-dovey with another woman, his wife Princess Ling Hua had a worried look on her face back at the Savior Coalition. Due to the fact that her husband left her and her family a special talisman, they managed to survive the assassination from the Fate's shadow guards. However, the same could not be said for the other royal families that rule the Savior Coalition. As such, Princess Ling Hua was forced to take control over the coalition. Unfortunately, news of the fact that the coalition leader had entered the secret realm and is now dead spread throughout the nation, resulting in massive panic and chaos. Ling Hua acted swiftly by saying that the coalition was in fact not dead, just severely injured and recuperating. This act somehow calmed down the people a little, however, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a bigger problem occurred. The monarch of Huang Divine Dynasty started attacking their territory instead of focusing on rebuilding. Ling Hua thought that just because Huang Min had also lost the majority of his elite soldiers and officials, he would take some time to recover, but she was wrong. On the contrary, Huang Min became more vicious and cutthroat. He recruited countless ordinary people into his army and sent them to battle with little to no training. He seemed determined to use a large number of casualties in order to quickly conquer as much territory as possible. In just a few weeks, more than 5 million people have been killed, with more than 70% coming from the Huang Divine Dynasty. Unfortunately, this method seemed to be working as more and more territories of the Savior Coalition kept falling into the Huang Divine Dynasty's hand. Chapter 149. On the border of the Huang Divine Dynasty and the Savior Coalition, Huang Min was having a meeting with the few capable generals left. He had an ugly look on his face, while the other people in the room had their heads down while trembling. In the entire room, only one person did not have his head down. Instead he looked directly in Huang Min's eyes and said without a hint of fear, "Your Majesty, we have lost too much of our people. We cannot continue to sacrifice so many of our people." "Are you the monarch of this dynasty or am I?" responded Huang Min with a face full of killing intent in his eyes. "Of course it is your Majesty who rules this land. However, I stand by my decision. If things keep going on like this, it is only a matter of time before our territory becomes unstable, resulting in countless rebellions all over." "It doesn't matter," replied Huang Min with ruthless eyes. "As long as I conquer the territory of the Savior Coalition as soon as possible. So, go execute my orders and recruit more people into the army." The minister who previously spoke sighed after hearing this, then bowed before saying, "In that case, Your Majesty, I refuse to listen to this order." After hearing this, Huang Min instantly appeared in front of this minister and held him in the air by the throat. "What did you say?" I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I refuse to let the blood of countless ordinary people be stained in my hands." "Do you want to die? Do you want all 9 generations of your family to follow you into samsara?" "If the king wants the minister to die, then the minister has to die," replied the suffocating minister. However, despite Huang Min's threat, he had both a calm look in his face and a strong determination. However, his look greatly angered Huang Min as it reminded him of people who defied him, people who dared to disregard his noble and divine bloodline. So, with a burst of anger, he used all of his origin chi to directly pinch this minister's head like an exploding balloon. As a result, blood and brain matter scattered everywhere in the meeting room. All the other officials looked at their clothes drenched in the blood of their comrade, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. The realization that the same fate could happen to them and their families at any given moment brought extreme dread to all of them in the room. So, they lowered their heads even more. Meanwhile, Huang Min could feel the intense fear emanating from his officials. He licked his lips with intense pleasure as he enjoyed placing the fear of God to these natives, making them realize that compared to them, he was truly a god that can determine life and death. He looked down at them before saying, "Any of you still want to disobey this emperor's order?" No one answered him as the room instantly became quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. So, Huang Min nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, an official went to execute his order. Countless common people were forcibly recruited into the army, then separated from their loved one and sent to the war in the frontier. Using countless lives as sacrifice, the Huang divine dynasty's border continued to grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Huang Min was overseeing the entire war at the borders. The reason that he was in such a hurry was because he had an intuition that something would happen to him. He figured out that it was only a matter of time before either the Great Xia people reached his border after conquering Fang Lijuan's territory, or the Great Zhou people will come after him once they have settled the territory of the Great Wu. So, Huang Min's plan was to increase his dynasty's luck solely based on the territory size, then absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold before immediately leaving this trial. Huang Min knows perfectly well that his plan is actually quite flawed, as he would be backlashed by karma if he did such a thing. However, he was desperate and he did not have much time to plan anything better. As for the repercussions of his actions, he believed that his Huang divine clan would find a way to help him deal with it. Meanwhile, in the Savior Coalition, Princess Linghua had just made a plan to respond to the emergency situation of the coalition. Her plan was simple. She used a technique to turn into Long Outyan, then started making inspirational speeches to all the people in her remaining territory. She told them of the cruel methods that the people of the Huang divine dynasty had to suffer under their ruler's hand, and motivated all the capable men and women to take arms and defend their home. Of course, Ling Huan made her appearance look sick and weak to explain the reason that the coalition leader did not take action personally. And her plan worked wonderfully. All the people were banded together under the idea of defending the country and fighting foreigners. Whether it was men, women, and even children, they took anything that can be used as weapons and headed to the border to fight these invading barbarians. Unlike the people of the Fang divine dynasty that were forced to enter the army, the Savior Coalition volunteered of their own free will to join the army in order to defend their dynasty. While the people of the Savior Coalition were sacrificing their lives for a noble cause, their leader was drinking wine and chatting with a beautiful goddess. Due to his powerful body, Long Outyan only took 3 days to heal his injury after taking the Earth Tear pill. Now, he was having a romantic dinner with Fang Lijuan. "Waner, this wine from your home world is truly the finest delicacy that I have tasted in my life. How many times has this goddess told you not to call me Waner? It is already your honor to allow you to call this goddess by her real name." "I know, I keep forgetting. So, Waner, how is the war going?" Fang Lijuan sighed, before ignoring the rude behavior of this audacious man. "Of course it's going terrible. It is only a matter of time before the Great Xia reaches the capital, thus completely destroying this goddess dynasty. Is there anything I can do to help? If we team up together, we can definitely stop Li Jun. Is not that this goddess refuses your help, but with your strength, it will be useless for you to intervene. Not to mention that Li Jun has a female companion that is not far in strength with him. On top of that, the true big boss of the Great Xia, Wang Wei, has not even shown up yet." Long Outyan secretly formed a fist with his right hand. In the past few days, he watched a terrible battle between Li Jun and Fang Lijuan. It was then that he realized how weak he truly was. Even his so-called battle with Huang Min was nothing but a joke, and he was truly lucky to survive. What's worse, Long Outyan learned that there was even a more terrible heaven chosen behind the Great Xia dynasty. Long Outyan sighed before taking a big sip from his wine. He realized that his path to become a great emperor still has a long way to go. Fang Lijuan realized that her words might have hurt Long Outyan, so she immediately said, "Well, thanks to the special formation you provided, our army has been able to greatly slow down the advancement of Great Xia. Long Outyen just smiled wryly after hearing this. Afterwards, the two of them just drank and chatted about other topics. After they finished drinking, the two of them stood on top of an ancient wooden building gazing at the stars. The moonlight illuminated them, making both of them look like an immortal couple descending from heaven. Suddenly, Long Outyen turned to face Fang Lijuan, held her hands and said, "Wanner, I know you have a high background and status, but, if you can overlook my humble background, I want to spend my entire life with you." Fang Lijuan was shocked by the sudden declaration, so she blushed shyly. Then a happy smile appeared on her face, so he opened her mouth to say something, but she immediately stopped before frowning. "Is there something wrong? Do you not feel the same way as I do?" asked Long Outyen with a worried look on his face. "That's not it," replied Fang Lijuan after sighing. "The truth of the matter is, I am actually already engaged." "What? With whom?" asked Long Outyen with a flustered look on his face. "To Huang Min, him," asked Long Outyen with fury in his face. "In that case, I'll just kill him to annul the engagement." Chapter 150. Fang Lijuan immediately stopped Long Outyen from doing anything stupid, then she said coldly, "How are you going to kill him? With your feeble strength?" Long Outyen gritted his teeth to calm himself down, then he started walking back and forth thinking about this situation. He was ready for Fang Lijuan to reject him, but he believed it was because she feared that her powerful family would not allow their union. As such, Long Outyen was prepared to show his worth to her family. And if that did not work, wait until his strength is enough to use force to suppress her family until they allow them to be together. But now, things seem a little complicated. After a few seconds, Long Outyen looked at Fang Lijuan and asked, "How come you are engaged to him? Do you have any feelings for that guy? Do not insult this goddess." "How could I have any feelings for such a disgusting person?" replied Fang Lijuan with a look of disdain on her face. Words that were very comforting to Long Outyen. "As for the reason we are engaged, it is because of our divine clan." "Divine clan? How so?" "His Huang clan and my Fang clan are the two most powerful clans of the Divine Tao League, with each of us being the only clans with two great emperors. As such, for countless generations, when two heaven-chosens or divine child appeared in these clans, the two families will betroth them to each other in an attempt to either support one another for the heaven will throne, or to cultivate a next generation with a very pure and powerful bloodline. As it turns out, in this generation, this goddess and Huang Min are the divine child of our clans, so we were betrothed ever since we were born." Long Outyen looked pensive after hearing this. "How does your clan decide the status of Dao child?" Fang Lijuan was a little surprised by this sudden question, and she could guess Long Aoshan's thought, but she just shook her head and replied, "Our bloodlines were tested after we were born to determine our positions as divine child. Bloodline this, bloodline that, everything is about bloodline," said Long Outyen with a raised tone, almost screaming. "I have heard that the other heaven-chosen do not have bloodlines. Couldn't your family just accept a talented person without bloodlines?" Fang Lijuan just sighed after hearing this and said with a lowered head, "Our family has been preaching the concept of bloodline superiority for millions of years. Do you think that they would just change their mind just because of your words?" Long Aoshan's face became ugly after hearing this. Although he knew that these powerful and ancient clans had strict rules, he did not expect that they reached the point of being dogmatic. "In the end, I still have to kill this Huang Min," replied Long Outyen with a ferocious look on his face. This time, however, Fang Lijuan did not say anything. Nonetheless, Long Outyen soon reigned in his anger. He also acknowledged the fact that his goddess was right. He was in no way a match for Huang Min, at least for now. Long Outyen has seen the battle between Li Jun and Fang Lijuan and he knew how powerful she actually was. And according to her, this Huang Min is not too far off from her strength. On top of that, Long Outyen knew that his injuries were not completely healed. At best, he could only use about 70 to 80% of his strength. After thinking about it for a few seconds, an idea suddenly appeared in Long Aoshan's mind, so he said excitedly, Since I do not have the strength to kill him personally, I can still use poison. Poison? Asked Fang Lijuan with a look of shock and doubt from her face, before saying, what gave such a strange idea? Since there are rare herbs that can heal my injuries so quickly, then there must be poison herbs powerful enough to kill Huang Min. However, Fang Lijuan quickly shook her head before saying, not to mention that with Huang Min's powerful cultivation, there are only a few herbs that are effective on him. How are you going to get him to take the poison? So, you are saying it is possible? Technically speaking, yes. However, the herb used has to be very powerful, specific and rare. You just have to tell me what kind of herb is needed, replied Long Outyan with a confident smile on his face. As for how to make Huang Min take the poison, I have my method. Fang Lijuan still had a puzzled look on her face. However, she did not want to extinguish Long Aoshan's excitement, so she described the herbs that are strong enough to kill someone like Huang Min. After checking his space ring, Long Outyan discovered that he did not have any of these herbs. However, he was not discouraged. As a man chosen by heaven, all he needed to do was search and he would find what he desired. As such, he instantly caught Fang Lijuan by surprise and kissed her in the cheek, before running out in a direction, leaving only a blushing goddess and Long Aoshan's last words, wait for me Wanner, when I come back, I promise that the bastard Huang Min will be more than dead. A few minutes after Long Aoshan's departure, Fang Lijuan's blushing instantly turned cold and indifferent. She took out silk handkerchief and wiped out her face with disgust, then she muttered to herself, it seemed that the spiritual suggestion wine worked better than anticipated. I thought I would have to spend a lot more time hinting at him about the use of poison. After saying that, Fang Lijuan left the roof and returned to her room, waiting for the outcomes of things. Meanwhile, Long Outyan rushed to the nearest forest near him and started searching for the herb he needed. However, even after searching for a week, Long Outyan did not find anything, so he became a little discouraged. Just as he was about to give up his search and headed out to a different place, suddenly a powerful flying demonic attacked him. Long Outyan immediately fought back. However, he soon realized that this demonic beast was in fact a Tier 4 demonic beast. So, he immediately ran away. With his injured body, it would be suicidal to fight with it. However, the demonic beast had different thoughts. It kept chasing Long Outyan and attacking him. After a few minutes of no success, the demonic beast seemed very angry, so it opened its mouth to gather a powerful lightning, then shot at Long Outyan. Boom! A powerful explosion resulted after this attack. Although Long Outyan jumped in time to evade the attack, the shockwave created by the blast still hit him. Unfortunately for him, he happened to be running close to a cliff, so he was sent over the cliff due to the attack. Long Outyan cursed the beast out loud before trying to use his origin chi to hang on the cliff side. However, his injuries suddenly acted up, forcing him to throw a big mouthful of blood and falling down the cliff. Knowing that this might be the end of him, Long Outyan used his origin chi to protect his body, then closed his eyes hoping for the best. However, Long Outyan was not splashed to death as he anticipated. Instead, he fell inside a river or water source of some kind. After swimming out the river, he praised his luck once again before navigating around looking for a place to exit. Soon, an enticing scent attracted Long Outyan and he followed it. There he saw a very clear lake with rainbows emanating from it. He swallowed his saliva as a sudden thirst suddenly overcame him. Without hesitation, he drank a few mouthfuls of the clear water. Immediately afterwards, Long Outyan felt a very mysterious aura traveling all around his body, healing him of all his injuries including the hidden ones that he suffered from the past. Long Outyan groaned in pleasure for a few minutes before getting back to his senses. He looked around to check whether anyone heard the sound he previously made before sighing in relief. Then, he checked his body thoroughly. To his surprise, not only were all his injuries healed, but even his strength had greatly increased. Most noticeably was his fleshly body. After going through and surviving the power of chaotic space, his fleshly body seemed to have dramatically strengthened. This further increased his stamina and defensive ability. After smiling for a while, Long Outyan looked around him before noticing a strange thing floating in the middle of the pond he just drank from. After closer observation, Long Outyan suddenly started laughing out loud as he realized that this was the exact spiritual herb that he was searching for. "I'm truly the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck," smiled Long Outyan with a big grin on his face. Chapter 151. After coughing for a few minutes without stopping, Long Outyan proceeded to carefully remove the spiritual herb known blood yang peony based on the method described by Fang Lijuan. After that, he took out a talisman with a grin on his face, as this was the method he planned to use that allows him to feed this spiritual herb to Huang Min. Then Long Outyan suddenly slapped himself in the face before muttering, "How stupid am I? Why didn't I use this invisible talisman to hide from that demonic beast?" After that, Long Outyan proceeded to climb the cliff he had just fallen off. There he saw the demonic beast not far from him. So, he activated the talisman, turning him completely invisible before he secretly approached the Tier 4 demonic beast. However, as soon as he reached more than a few meters from the beast, it suddenly reacted and started looking around. However, the beast did not find anything around him. Meanwhile, Long Outyan frowned after seeing this. He realized that this talisman was not all-powerful and some people will notice him if he gets close enough, for example Huang Min. However, he did not care since his plans can still be executed despite this flaw. Furthermore, he realized that this talisman was not as simple as it seemed. There seemed to be some kind of seal on him, preventing it from showing its full power. After thinking about this, Long Outyan then had a fierce battle with the Tier 4 demonic beast. Well, to be precise, he hid with the talisman then sneak attacked the beast. When the bird was in its last dying breath, Long Outyan promised to save it if it surrendered to him, becoming its slave. Although unwilling, the Tier 4 Thunder Eagle signed a beast contract with Long Outyan, becoming his pet. After that, Long Outyan rode the Thunder Eagle towards the direction of the Huang Divine Dynasty. It took him a while to learn about the current situation, which made him even more furious towards Huang Min. Especially when he learned that his savior coalition was actually on the verge of destruction. Long Aoshan's urge to kill Huang Min suddenly increased dramatically. After hearing this news, he rushed straight towards the border where Huang Min was located. With the use of the invisible talisman, he secretly infiltrated the barracks. Of course Long Outyan learned his lesson and did not rush to confront Huang Min, nor did he meet with any powerful cultivator. He spent a few days observing all of Huang Min to determine his daily routine. Then, he found the perfect opportunity. One night, Huang Min was drinking wine with one of his favorite concubines in his hand. He was in a very good mood as he will soon conquer the territories of the Savior Coalition, so he decided to reward himself. With one inside her blouse, he held his wine cup on the other. Once he finished a serving, his concubine would immediately refill the cup again for him. Huang Min was very happy with how submissive she was. After drinking a few dozen cups, Huang Min suddenly felt a little dizzy. At first he thought that he might have drunk a little too much, however, things suddenly took a different turn when he spat a big mouthful of black blood. Realizing the severity of the situation, he immediately mobilized his origin chi to try to remove the poison in his body. However, it turned out to be useless. On the contrary, this poison seemed to spread throughout his body even quicker. Afterwards, Huang Min fell on the ground breathing heavily, black blood started coming out his eyes and an intense pain suddenly assaulted him. He tried to scream for help, however, no sound seemed to be coming out of his throat. So, he looked in the direction of his concubine, hoping that she would go quickly to ask for help. Unfortunately for him, when his eyes locked onto his concubine, all he saw were eyes full of hatred looking at him. Then, the concubine spit at Huang Min before starting to kick him in his private area. Huang Min tried to scream again, but it was of no avail. Meanwhile, the concubine had tears streaming down her eyes as she screamed while still kicking Huang Min, "You took everything from me, my body, my soul, and even my family. You defiled my purity by making me do these horrible things. I wish that your death was even more miserable than it is now." Meanwhile, Huang Min, who was struggling down in the floor, managed to gather some strength to activate his bloodline power. Then with a wave of his hand, a powerful shockwave hit the concubine, throwing her away. However, Huang Min's situation suddenly aggravated. The poison seemed to have discovered something very appealing to it, so it rushed straight inside his bloodline, destroying everything in its path. As such, Huang Min's face became even more ugly than it was. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue to draw some of his blood essence and used it to open his space ring. After taking out a talisman, he immediately crushed it, then a space crack appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Long Outyen, who heard a thumping sound from the outside, immediately rushed in. He was just in time to see Huang Min disappearing into the space crack or passage. Without hesitation, he rushed to the concubine lying on the floor with blood all over her body. He injected his origin qi inside her body, noticing that most of her internal organs had been liquefied. Although he knew that it was impossible to save her, he still tried. He took out the clear water that helps his injuries and fed it to her. After a few sips, she regained consciousness. However, Long Outyen could tell that she would not last long. Why did you have to confront him? If you had followed the plan and stayed close to the door, you could have just watched the bastard slowly die, said Long Outyen with a little guilt in his face. I had to confront him, for myself, replied the concubine after spewing out a mouthful of blood. Watching this bastard dying was very satisfying. Was it worth you dying in the process? Yes, it was, she responded with a smile on her face. Furthermore, to me, death is probably a relief. After that, she raised her feeble hand to caress Long Aotian's face, before saying, "Thank you for giving me a chance to avenge myself." Then her hand dropped to the floor, never moving again. Long Outyen looked at her in his arms. He looked at her smile before she died. Despite the fact that her mouth was still full of blood, her smile was still full of brilliance and vigor. More importantly, it was peaceful. He sighed. The original plan was for her to just wait for Huang Min's death after putting the poison in his drink. Long Outyen promised her that afterwards, he would take care of her as one of his wives. And if she did not want that, he would give her enough wealth to live a life of luxury, without worrying about anything. After finding a place to make a proper grave for her, Long Outyen sighed again. However, thinking about the fact that he could finally be with his goddess, he rushed straight back to the Fang divine dynasty. After getting back, he saw Fang Lijuan waiting for him, so he rushed to hug her, explaining to her in great detail how he killed Huang Min. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan just smiled and nodded happily. Then, Long Outyen suddenly said, "Wanner, now that no one can prevent us from being together, how about we consummate our marriage early?" Fang Lijuan blushed shyly before answering with her head down, "Now? Aren't we moving too fast?" "Of course not. You love me and I love you, that's all that matters." After heeding this, Fang Lijuan nodded shyly before she was led by Long Outyen to her room in the manor they live in. There, Long Outyen started kissing Fang Lijuan with great passion. However, when he was about to remove her clothes, she stopped him and said, "Wait, give me a few minutes to prepare." After that, she went to change her clothes, while Long Outyen removed all of his clothes. After a few minutes, Fang Lijuan came back wearing bright dark rouge in her lips with a very thin veil on her body that could be removed by the slight breeze of the wind. Afterwards, she slowly walked towards Long Outyen before removing her thin veil. She leaned on him in the bed and gave him a deep kiss. An act which greatly excited Long Outyen. After a long, deep and passionate kiss, Long Outyen wanted more. So, he rushed out to touch her two peaks and forbidden zone. However, midway though, his head suddenly became dizzy, and before he could react, he passed out. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan looked at this with cold eyes and without any surprise. She muttered, "You are the only man who saw this goddess divine body. Unfortunately, you will take this knowledge to samsara." With a wave of her hand, numerous circles with strange writing or runes appeared all over the room. This was a formation. This array had only the purpose to absorb the chi luck of one person and transfer it to someone else. This array was designed solely for Sons of Destiny. Fang Lijuan had this idea or plan the moment she realized that Long Outyen was the son of destiny of this warring kingdom world. As for Huang Min's death, it was just because she wanted a reason to annul their marriage, thus gaining her freedom. After thinking for a brief moment, Fang Lijuan finished activating the array. A massive golden energy from Long Outyan suddenly entered her body, then she looked at how her chi dragon changed from purple to the peak of purple gold. After her transformation was done, Fang Lijuan dressed herself before taking the space ring off of Long Aoshan's mummified corpse. Since he was already dead, Long Aoshan's connection to the ring was cut off, so Fang Lijuan easily managed to browse through it. In there she found many strange and rare things, but one thing in particular caught her attention. It was a talisman. After checking it out, she muttered, "Is that the..." However, before she could say anything, her Minister of War barged into the room bringing terrible news. Chapter 152. The Minister of War looked at the mummified corpse of Long Outyan on the bed and she was not that surprised. Although many people were worried that their goddess had fallen in love with a native in a small thousand world, she never worried about this. Although she did not know the reason that the divine child was acting lovey-dovey with this Long Outyan, she did not believe even for a second that she had actually fallen in love with him. As the person who watched Fang Lijuan growing, the Minister of War knew how deep the pride and arrogance the divine child had inside her. In her opinion, Fang Lijuan is the kind of woman who looks down on all beings, both women and men. She also knows that the divine child is also very ambitious. So, unless there was a reason, she would never get close to someone without a reason. As such, after entering the room and seeing the dead Long Outyan, she just glanced at him before reporting to Fang Lijuan. "Goddess Empress, we just received an emergency news that the people of the Great Xia have long bypassed our blockade and have already taken over the capital. Now, they have already infiltrated this city and are now headed to this manor." After hearing this, Fang Lijuan did not show any emotions in her face, then she looked directly at the mummified Long Outyan and sighed. "Worthy of a son of destiny," she muttered under her breath. In fact, there is a reason that Fang Lijuan had to get intimate with Long Outyan, having to go as far as showing her naked body. Sons of destiny are very tricky individuals to kill. According to the research she read back home, there are 3 ways to kill a child of destiny of any world. One is to use overwhelming strength to instantly kill them, cut off their powerful luck or destiny, and lastly, use emotional manipulation. The first 2 methods are very straightforward, but very difficult to accomplish. As long as you give a son of destiny the slightest of breathing room, they will find a way to escape, as they are harder to kill than cockroaches. As for cutting off their luck, only a few special individuals or techniques can do such a thing. And often, one has to suffer from backlash after executing these techniques. The last method is more effective, but requires more planning. Another way to get rid of a son of destiny is to overwhelm his mind or spirit through emotions like anger or lust, just like Fang Lijuan did. During these intense emotions, the son of destiny's judgment are at all-time low, thus easy to fall into traps like poison, sudden attacks, or trapping formation. However, during these scenarios, the son of destiny has to be quickly executed or some random event will occur that facilitates his escape. Just like this sudden attack on this city. Fang Lijuan knew that if she wasted a few more minutes, that maybe the attack of the Great Xia would be the catalyst that allowed Long Outyan to wake up and escape. After thinking about this, Fang Lijuan waved her hand, then Long Aoshan's body turned into a blue crystal, following which he dispersed into crystallized particles that scatter into the air. After that, she took out her conferred god list and imperial seal to check the chi luck of her dynasty. And as expected, her chi dragon was on its last breath and on the verge of dying. Normally speaking, as soon as the people of the Great Xia stepped into the capital, as the dynasty's ruler, she should have been notified, and yet she was not. Fang Lijuan guessed that the heavenly Tao of this world hid the movement of her dynasty's luck in an attempt to save Long Outyan. If she had known about the movement of the Great Xia army, she would have reinforced the city she was currently located in, thus preventing any chances that this son of destiny had to escape. Meanwhile, in the brief moment that Fang Lijuan took to do all these things, loud sounds could be heard coming near the manor she was in. She knew that time was running out, however, she did not care about such a thing given the fact that she had accomplished her task in this trial. So, without hesitation, Fang Lijuan crushed a talisman that swallowed both her and the Minister of War. In the endless void, as soon as Fang Lijuan appeared, she saw the furious face of her Tao protector. "Are you happy now?" asked the true monarch Tao protector of the Divine Tao League. "I don't know what you mean," replied Fang Lijuan with a calm look on her cold and beautiful face. "Do you know how much impact your little scheme has on our family? And even the Divine Tao League?" Fang Lijuan frowned after hearing this. She noticed that there was only one true monarch of the Divine Tao League left floating around here. "Your poison did not kill Huang Min, however, you should have expected that given that your true objective was actually to ruin his bloodline. With us around, you probably guessed that he would not die, so you chose a herb that specifically targeted bloodline powers. Without a powerful bloodline, Huang Min can no longer hold the position of Tao child, and of course, you do not have to marry him." Fang Lijuan did not say anything, however, she did not also apologize. She never regretted her actions. Now, the Huang Min family has demanded that our Fang family give them an explanation. Worse, they have even threatened to go to war with us if necessary. "Our Fang clan does not fear their Huang clan," replied Fang Lijuan calmly. "That may be so. However, have you ever thought about the consequences of internal friction between the two most powerful families of the Divine Tao League? The status of our divine clans has always been precarious in the myriad emperor world. So, what do you think will happen to us if we start a civil war?" Fang Lijuan further frowned after hearing this. She did not think that fat. All she knew was that she did not want to marry Huang Min, so she found a way to get rid of him. She thought due to the fact that she did not, personally, do something to him that she could get away with it. But now, things seemed more complex than she imagined. If the situation escalated like her Tao protector said, the Huang family might ask that she be handed off as a peace offering between the two clans. Then, she would still be forced to marry some random person. However, Fang Lijuan suddenly thought of the talisman she discovered in Long Outyan space ring. If this talisman is the one she believed it to be, then not only would her clan 100% support her from the pressure of the other divine clans, she will have a powerful boost for this generation's heaven will. As such, Fang Lijuan instantly removed the little regrets she had due to her actions and remained firm by her decision. After seeing the stubborn look in her grandniece's face, the Tao protector sighed before taking out a void boat, placed her and her companion on it before opening a space channel and leaving this world to head back home. Meanwhile, back in the Warring Kingdom world, the Great Xia dynasty had just finished conquering the Fang Divine dynasty, when they received a sudden news. Both the leaders of the Savior Coalition and the Huang Divine dynasty have been killed, thus leaving these territories without a proper leader. Chancellor Yan Liling, who is the de facto ruler of the dynasty while Wang Wei was in retreat, ordered all the dynasty's legions to try to occupy as much territory as possible as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the Great Xia was not the only dynasty that received this news. The Great Zhou, who had just started stabilizing the territories that they occupied from Great Wu, also sent their military to occupy these leaderless lands. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, Fang Heng was also having some troubles. After the assassination attempts of the Fate's Shadow Guards, a few of his officials were killed. However, the impact was not enough to affect the entire dynasty. Unfortunately for Fang Heng, someone took the opportunity to create more chaos in his dynasty. Many more officials and generals were assassinated again, and with great success. After investigation, he realized that it was the spy of his competitors that did these things. He could guess that these people wanted to sabotage his trial. Despite all that happened with these spies, this was not Fang Heng's most urgent problem. After his teacher returned from the secret realm, he noticed that the disappearance of the incense power in the temple dramatically increased. So, he guessed that these spies must be stepping up their plan, so he needed to speed up the speed of catching them. However, weirdly enough, the Great Shu dynasty did not receive the information about the situation of the Savior Coalition or the Huang Divine dynasty. Chapter 153. Snow Tiger Mountain. Inside the chaotic space left by the explosion of the secret realm, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes during his retreat. He exhaled out a long breath before checking the result of his seclusion. The biggest gain he accomplished during this retreat was the fact that his skin seemed to temper to another level. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that on top of being very dense, his skin has an additional innate aura or magnetic field automatically protecting him. So, if someone wanted to break through his defense, they first had to go through the aura or magnetic field, then pierced his skin and muscles. As for his actual skin, Wang Wei easily noticed that the density of it is heading in the direction of a neutron star, which was considered one of the densest materials in the universe in his previous life. Although Wang Wei knew that his skin did not reach that level yet, he was still rapidly approaching. In order to check his progress, he took out a high-grade earth-tier sword and tried to pierce his skin. Before the origin artifact could even touch his skin, Wang Wei felt a powerful resistance preventing the sword from penetrating. Knowing this, he smiled and used more force, then the sword pierced the innate aura surrounding him before hitting his skin. After a few seconds of resistance, the sword then went through his skin before cutting the muscles. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled and removed the origin artifact. This test has proven that his defense has reached the bare minimum level of the primordial spirit realm. Of course, Wang Wei could tell that only his skin has reached that level and his strength has only increased a little, but he was still happy. As long as he does not die during a battle, everything is fine, as he can always find a way to victory. Of course, Wang Wei also knows that his defensive ability is not absolute. In this cultivator world where there are attacks that focus on the soul, or weird curses that ignore all defenses, or attacks on the conceptual level, his defensive ability can only buy him time to figure out countermeasures to these weird techniques. After checking his skin, Wang Wei started to check his bones. The next part of his body that needs to be tempered through the ancient desolate body refining scripture. With this retreat, all the early tempering has been done. So, as soon as he returns to the sect, all he has to do is immediately enter the body refining secret realm for a few years, then inject the material necessary to complete the process. After checking all of his gains in this retreat, Wang Wei still kept the formation to isolate the chaotic space, then he flew straight back to the great Xia capital, where he called all his officials to come attend a meeting. While Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne waiting for the arrival of the other people, the first person to arrive was in fact Empress Dong Lifan, as she was the closest. After seeing her, Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he said, "It seemed that you have succeeded." Dong Lifan, who was now in the Divine Sea realm, bowed before taking her seat. It was all thanks to His Majesty. Wang Wei just nodded while secretly sighing. Right before he entered seclusion, Dong Lifan discovered a way to use Qi luck to improve her foundation. The method was actually quite straightforward, as all she had to do was absorb the Qi luck of the dynasty, but instead of using it to increase her own luck, she used to acquire a Dao foundation instead. And with Dong Lifan's years of accumulation, she directly entered the River of Origin after entering the Divine Sea realm. The reason that Wang Wei sighed was due to the fact he had encountered a major problem in his study of Qi luck. Through Dong Lifan, he has managed to find a way for his black Qi dragon to turn into purple up to 99%, however, the remaining 0.1% seemed to be a terrible chasm that prevented Wang Wei's success. As a result, he was quite frustrated for a while, as he could feel that something important would happen to him once he succeeded. However, no matter what he did, he could fill in the last remaining percentage. As such, Wang Wei was forced to use the tactic of just slowly wearing it out through the passage of time, otherwise he would have to wait until a plan came to him. After a few hours of waiting and chatting, all the high levels soon arrived. With the flying construct of Great Xia, these people can arrive in the capital in just a few hours at a moment's notice. In the meantime, Wang Wei also learned that his seclusion only took a little over 6 months. As a matter of fact, many of the native officials were very happy to see Wang Wei back. During his absence, Yan Liling as the chancellor was in charge of the dynasty, something which many people did not particularly back. So, they were happy to have their majesty back. Of course, whether Yan Liling, Li Jun, or Wang Ju all knew about the crooked idea inside these officials' heads. However, none of them care about this. Although many of these officials were capable people, sometimes their visions were too low. They could not see beyond the petty court politics of this world. After everybody arrived, Wang Wei started the meeting with Wang Ju reporting from the moment he entered seclusion. Your Majesty, after you entered seclusion, we cleaned up all the noble clans in the dynasty, leaving no heirs. However, according to the information that the Fate Shadow Guards gathered, these nobles still have a few illegitimate children scattered throughout the world, but all of them seem to be people without leakless bodies, so we did not know whether to place them in the executing list. Wang Wei waved his hand as he did care about these people that could not even cultivate, let alone be a threat to him. Not to mention that he was soon leaving this world, even if these people somehow managed to come back for revenge, he still had total confidence in himself. Wang Ju nodded and continued to explain the development of the Fate Shadow Guards during the past few months. Then, it was Yan Liling's turn. A few weeks after your retreat, we managed to conquer the Fang Divine Dynasty. However, Fang Lijuan was gone right before we took over all her territory. I am assuming that she crushed her talisman and left the trial. Soon after we conquered the Fang Divine Dynasty, some random people suddenly sent us news that both the coalition leader and monarch Huang Min were dead, thus leaving their territory in chaos and for the taken. So, I quickly rallied our army to conquer as much land as possible. Unfortunately, the same news was also sent to the Great Zhou Dynasty. Currently, we have managed to conquer 3/4 of the territory of the former Huang Divine Dynasty, while the Great Zhou got the entire Savior Alliance and the remaining quarter territory of Huang Min's territory. Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this before asking, so our borders finally touch with the Great Zhou? That is correct. Has there been any fighting between the two of us? No, replied Li Jun. Currently, there is an unspoken truth between the two dynasties as we focus more on digesting the territory that we have occupied. Wang Wei nodded when he heard this before asking, do you know the people who sent the sudden information? According to our investigation, replied Wang Ju, we discovered that the information came from a group of people from the Great Shu Dynasty. Oh, how come? The Fate Shadow Guard discovered a special group of people determined to undermine the stability of the Great Shu Dynasty. More importantly, Feng Heng seemed to spend a great amount of time and resources hunting down these people. According to our analysis, these people are most likely sent by his competitors from the same sect to disturb his trial. It seems that Feng Heng's position in the Tai Profound Gate is not completely secured, replied Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. After hearing the most important events that occurred during his absence, Wang Wei then began to take care of the little details in his dynasty. For example, due to the large area of the dynasty, the concept of city, county, and states was not enough to govern all the territory. So a new system of prefecture was added. A group of states was called a prefecture, then a governor was chosen as the leader of said prefecture. The tenure of the governor position was only after a few years, then based on the person's performance, he will either be promoted or moved to another prefecture. This method was used to prevent one governor from amassing too much power and prestige due to being stationed in one place for a long period of time. Although Wang Wei did not care about this kind of thing, he began to plan for the future of his dynasty after he left this world. After everything was over, Wang Wei began to prepare with his clash against the Great Zhou Dynasty, or Ji Song to be precise. Unfortunately, before these two giants could clash, something happened that affected the entire world and all the heaven chosen still remaining. Chapter 154. A few days after Wang Wei left his seclusion, in a city far from the great Xia capital. This day was supposed to be an ordinary day like every other day. The people woke up, prayed for blessings for His Majesty, had breakfast, then went to work. The kids were sent to the free schools created by the great Xia. Some went on their own family's flying horse carriage, while others took a public one. As for the less wealthy one, the school designated a special flying horse carriage to take them from their home to school. This was supposed to be a normal or average day. Unfortunately, it was not. At around noon, the entire city suddenly started trembling. At first people thought that it was a dragon moving to its back, or using modern terms, an earthquake. However, the trembling was different from that. Instead of shaking everything, the trembling seemed to be rhythmic. To be precise, it sounded like countless hoofs stampeding at the same time. Before the people of the city could react, the alarm of the city sounded, alarming the people that the city was under attack. Unfortunately, before anyone could react, the sky suddenly turned black. When the people raised their heads, all they saw was a black mass rapidly enveloping the entire city, obscuring the clouds above them. No, it seemed to be obscuring the heavens itself. After closer observation, some people realized with horror that this so-called black mass was actually a horde of flying demonic beasts. Before anyone could react, the flying beasts suddenly attacked all the citizens of this city. The sky then rained fire, ice, thunder, swords, and winds. Any derivations of the 5-element attacks were used by these flying beasts. As a result of that, countless people died instantly. In just a few breaths, the casualties of this city were 100,000. On top of that, some special beasts actually used poison with a large area of attack, further increasing the casualty of the people. The city lord acted swiftly and had the city guards attack these flying birds, but there were too many birds. What's even worse, another beast's horde in the millions suddenly destroyed the city gate, then started to slaughter all the people of the city. The city lord sighed after seeing this as he realized that this city would not survive this attack. The city lord regretted that his city was not one of the cities equipped with formation, otherwise the situation would not have reached such a dire strait. However, the city lord did not complain for long as he knew that the Great Xia could not place a city-covering array in all the cities of its territory. The amount of resources needed for something like that is simply not possible. So, with its last strength, the city lord decided to send the information of what happened in his city, hoping that His Majesty would send a legion to avenge him and the common people. Unfortunately for this city lord, he did not know that this beast tide was actually happening throughout all the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. No, to be precise, it was happening all over the world whether it was Great Zhou, Great Xia, or even the desert kingdoms of the western region, they were all suddenly attacked by hordes of demonic beasts. Obviously, this was a premeditated attack. In the Great Xia capital, on top of the city wall, Wang Wei looked coldly at all the millions of demonic beasts lying in front of the capital. A few hours ago, he suddenly sensed countless soul fluctuations approaching the capital, so he rushed to the city gate to watch what happened. Then, to his surprise, he saw a horde, no, an endless army of demonic beasts rushing towards the capital. So, without hesitation, he used his true will ability to completely kill all these beasts. Unfortunately for him, the number was so large that it still took him a few hours to kill all of them even with the aid of the Royal Guard Legion. Meanwhile, while Wang Wei was thinking with a frown on his face, both Li Jun and Yan Liling, who had blood of different colors all over them, walked next to him. "It happened all over our territories, didn't it?" asked Wang Wei without even looking at the two of them. "Yes," replied Yan Liling with a look of sorrow in her face. "I have just received news from all over our territories that basically, the majority of cities were attacked." "How were the casualties?" After sighing, Yan Liling answered, "The cities that had protection arrays were relatively fine, however, the others were hit pretty hard. With the help of the flying constructs, we managed to reach certain places in time, but we still lost entire states of population, not to mention the countless towns that did not even have proper city gates." Wang Wei did not say anything, but Li Jun sighed before saying, "Should have known something was wrong with the demonic beasts when they suddenly attacked our armies during my first fight with Fang Lijuan. There is no need for you to blame yourself, as even I ignore the sign of the constant activity of the demonic beasts," replied Wang Wei, before continuing, "Go call Dong Lifan." A few minutes later, Dong Lifan and many other officials arrived on top of the city wall. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took out the conferred god list and his imperial seal before saying to her, "I need you to use the chi luck of the dynasty to activate all the arrays scattered in different cities in our territory." As soon as he finished saying that, many officials were shocked before hurrying to persuade him, "Your Majesty, you can't. If you do that, the luck of the dynasty will run out and disperse rapidly, thus creating instability everywhere." "Yes, Your Majesty, do not make such agitated decisions." Many people disagreed with Wang Wei's decision, and they were right to be worried. If a dynasty's luck is scattered, many problems could arise. For example, countless national disasters could happen. Whether it was drought, rivers overflowing, insect tides, etc. On top of that, with scattered luck, the people are more easily prone to revolt, and government officials are more easily corrupt. In general, it is easy for a dynasty to have countless problems, then eventually reverse to a kingdom, before being permanently destroyed. After hearing these officials, Wang Wei looked at all of them with a terrifying killing intent before saying coldly, "Do you think the dynasty's luck is important or the people's safety? Do you think that without a vast population, the dynasty's qi luck would be so prosperous?" After finishing screaming at these officials, he ignored them and continued to talk to Dong Lifen. "After you activate all the arrays, you will discover that they can all fit together, so use the dynasty's luck as both an energy source and a catalyst to fit them together. Afterwards, do not attack the demonic beasts, but use spiritual suggestions to have all of them relocate there." Wang Wei then took out a map and showed her the place that she needs to move all the demonic beasts to. It was a vast and inhabited plains in the northern territory of Great Xia. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knew that these officials were partially right, but as usual, they could not see the overall situation. If things remain the way they are, it is only a matter of time before the Great Xia dynasty falls. At the same time, Wang Wei also knew that he could not use all the qi luck of the dynasty. That is the reason that he did not use this opportunity to kill all these demonic beasts with these powerful arrays, as that would use too much luck. So, his plan is to gather them all in one place, then gather his army to kill all them. Meanwhile, Dong Lifen was a little confused as for the reason that His Majesty asked to do such a task instead of doing it himself, but she did not ask during such an emergency. After connecting with the dynasty's Qi dragon, in her mind, she suddenly saw a map of Great Xia with countless red dots. She gasped as he realized that these endless dots were actually the demonic beasts in the territory. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she also noticed many green dots in the map. She instantly knew that these green dots were actually the array in different cities. With a focus of her spirit, she activated all the green dots, then they formed a strange pattern covering the entire map in Dong Lifen's mind. Afterwards she started to influence the red dots that have suddenly become agitated. Dong Lifen suddenly realized the difficulty of her task. The difficulty did not lie in the activation of the formations. No, it was to slowly guide all these red spots in the designated place without allowing them to cause any more trouble, like attacking the cities in their path. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the sweat coming on Dong Lifen's head and did not say anything. This is the reason that he did not ask either Li Jun or Yan Liling to do this task. He knew how difficult it was to control the dynasty's qi luck with such precise control. Only him and Dong Lifen, who have spent months studying luck in detail, could do such a thing. Meanwhile, all over the territory of Great Xia, a powerful dome of energy appeared covering all the remaining cities. Then, a golden dragon appeared traveling around the territory. Afterwards, millions upon millions of demonic beasts started a journey heading north. The sound of their hoof running at full speed echoed throughout the heavens. Countless people cuddled up in their homes with their loved one, praying that they can be the lucky few that see the dawn of the next day. Nevertheless, no matter the end result, tonight will be a sleepless night for many people of Great Xia, no, of the Warring Kingdom world. Chapter 155. Dong Lifen spent the entire night guiding all the demonic beasts to the hidden master plane in the north. Then, Wang Wei had many cultivators use earth spells to form a barricade around the entire plan to prevent these demonic beasts from escaping. As for the ones that were able to fly, he personally killed all of them to prevent them from causing more troubles. On top of a giant wall more than a few kilometers high, Wang Wei looked at all the demonic beasts inside the hidden master plane, which was the place chosen by him to place these beasts. He sighed as he could not see the end of these beasts. He wondered how many of them were. Billions? Trillions? Well, no matter the actual number, the answer would always be too much. On top of the wall, Dong Lifen was also looking at these endless amounts of beasts with a pale complexion in her face. The reason for that was due to all the work she did the previous night, and also because of intense fear. As the person who led this horde to this plane, she personally experienced their horrors. These beasts seemed to have lost their mind, making them powerful killing machines that only know slaughter and destruction. Who would do this? And for what reason? Asked Dong Lifan with a frown on her pale face. It is easy to guess the person, replied Yen Liling. Only the people of the herd-raising valley can have the ability to raise so many demonic beasts. Herd-raising valley? Another sect from your home world? Yes. The herd-raising valley is an emperor lineage with only one great emperor, replied Yen Liling. However, they are famous in our world because more than 70% of business involving selling demonic beasts is in their hands. Of course, as a result, they have a terrible relationship with the demon race in the northern continent. Things are not as simple as it seemed, said Li Jun with a frown on his face. There is no way that the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley can control so many demonic beasts. More importantly, this world should not have so many demonic beasts, otherwise the balance between them and human beings should have long been broken, leading to war. So, you are saying that this person used some secret method to increase the breeding rates of all many demonic beasts? Where would they find such a large number of them? More importantly, how could such heaven-defying techniques exist? Asked Dong Lifan. It is easy to find these beasts in the southern region, as this was their habitat to begin with, replied Li Jun. As for the excessive breeding, it only requires these beasts to sacrifice their lifespans in exchange for fast breeding, then it should be possible. You may be right, but there are still many questions left unanswered. How can that person control so many demonic beasts? More importantly, what purpose does he or she have to do such a thing? Asked Yen Liling with a frown on her face. The answers to these two questions are in fact related to one another, suddenly said Wang Wei. Oh big brother, did you find the motive of this heaven chosen? Let me ask you, did any of you remember the other method someone could actually increase their luck? After hearing this question, many of them started thinking to themselves. Then, Wang Zhu, who remained quiet during most of the conversation, suddenly thought of something before saying, saving a world in danger. Wang Wei looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. As a person trained as a shadow, her job also involves going through information that seemed useless and random, then extricating the important ones and putting the puzzle pieces together into a uniform whole. Afterwards, Wang Wei continued to explain to the still confused others. One of the ways to actually acquire chi luck is to actually save a world on the verge of dying or extinction. Whether it is due to external forces or internal struggles between the native inhabitants, as long as someone saves the world, Heavenly Tao will reward such a person with abundant luck. As such, many factions in the myriad emperor world will find these worlds to allow their heaven chosen to go and gather luck. Of course, these factions will also manufacture the situation in which a world needs to be saved in order to acquire luck. Wait, manufacture? Your Majesty, you're saying that, yes, some factions will purposely bring these worlds on the verge of destruction, then send their own people in the name of saviors to help the inhabitants of these worlds. There is a high probability that the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley is using the same method. With this vast beast tide, they plan to bring this world on the verge of destruction by these out-of-control demonic beasts, then kill all of them to receive a blessing of luck from Heavenly Tao. As a matter of fact, this method was actually quite popular near the end of the Faith era. The Buddhist sects during that time placed many worlds in danger, then came in to rescue them in order to better gather incense power. In these moments of despair, ordinary people and cultivators are more susceptible to religion. Unfortunately, at this point of time, the Buddhist sects had detoured greatly from their beliefs and philosophy, which then eventually led to their complete destruction, and the end of the incense or faith era. Meanwhile, the faces of these people instantly become ugly after hearing this, with the exception of Wang Zhu, as he already deduced as much when Wang Wei asked her that question. With this method, this person does not need to control all the demonic beasts. All he needs is for the majority of them to just cause death and chaos, replied with an ugly look on his face. That also means that this person has also installed a method that allowed them to quickly kill all these demonic beasts, said Yen Liling. What's worse, if that person succeeds, all of us will fail this trial. Yen Liling took a glance at Wang Wei when she said that. As astute as she was, she could feel that something was wrong with Wang Wei's chi luck. Previously, she only guessed this possibility. However, yesterday, when Wang Wei asked Dong Lifan to use the dynasty's luck instead of doing it himself, Yan Liling knew that her conjecture was correct. At this point of time, the Great Xia dynasty's territory is vast enough that both her and Li Jun have already achieved a purple gold level of luck. However, it seemed that the same could not be said for their big brother. So, this is the reason that she said that they would fail this trial if the heaven chosen from the herd-raising valley succeeded in this crazy plan. Is all you guys care about is this trial? My world is about to be destroyed, roared Dong Lifan suddenly. An act which greatly embarrassed Yan Liling, making her lower her head. Your world will be fine as things have not reached this point yet, said Wang Wei. Of course Wang Wei did not just say this because his trial was not finished. He is the kind of person that likes to finish anything he starts, and he also likes to do it to the best of his ability. This is the reason that he spent so much time modernizing the lives of the citizens of Great Xia. Since his job as king is to make the lives of his subject better, then he will provide them with the best method possible. So, he went above and beyond with this trial. Not only did he provide the people with food, clothes, and lands, he also educated them. He provided them with free healthcare, enough wealth to not only meet their needs, but also to have a little over to spend on whatever they want. Once the citizens reached the standard where they would not have to worry about daily necessity for survival, Wang Wei invented all kinds of entertainment that met the spiritual needs of his people. Compared to the other dynasties, the Great Xia is like a modern country while the others still remained in the ancient era. After the brief awkwardness passed by, Li Jun asked a question that came to his mind. Big brother, if what you said is true, then how does that person plan to deal with the karmic backlash of creating the destruction of the world in the first place? Wang Wei shook his head when he heard this question before saying, you overestimate this world too much. In a small thousand world like this, the laws of karma are extremely weak to begin with, so it is not as much of a problem as you might think. Otherwise, how could we come here and steal luck from this world? On top of that, after that person saved the world, Heavenly Tao will bestow upon him both luck and countless merits. With the merits, that person can easily wash away the little karma they suffered from, and have plenty of merits left to accomplish many things. All the people around Wang Wei secretly sighed as they realized that this was in fact a brilliant and well-thought-out plan. Whoever came up with this plan is not only ruthless, but also has a very tactical mind. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Wei then said, okay, let's end the chit-chat and start killing these demonic beasts. However, afterwards, found a way to preserve the corpses as I have a plan for them. Chapter 156. Under Wang Wei's order, Li Jun, General Tai Gang, the 5-numbered general, and Yan Liling started to kill all the demonic beasts with all their strength. Countless attacks flew from the high walls and headed for the beasts below. Archers got their bow ready, then shot in different volleys. Cultivators prepared their spells or origin abilities before using them. As for the weak one in the body refining realm, they used special methods to combine their blood chi in order to cast spells. On top of that, many ordinary people also helped. These people use talismans in order to fight. All they need to do is crush or tear up these talismans, then throw them to the demonic beasts and they would activate by themselves. Powerhouses like Li Jun and Tai Gang rushed into the horde of beasts below, then unleashed a slaughter on these demonic beasts. In fact, even Dong Lifan participated in this battle. She jumped high from the walls and landed inside the barricaded plain, then her eyes turned black. Following which, all the demonic beasts that looked at her started screaming, then they threw a mouthful of blood before lying on the ground dead. This was her using her dream manifestation soul's innate talent to create a terrifying nightmare to these beasts, so when they died in the nightmare, they also died in real life. And just like that, Dong Lifan started her first real battle in her life. Of course, there are reasons that she was so bold. One of them is due to the fact that her master Wuxia came to support in the battle. Another reason was that Wang Wei was floating in the air, overseeing the entire situation. Every time someone was in trouble of being surrounded by the demonic beasts, he would intervene and rescue them, whether it was the soldiers or inexperienced people like Dong Lifan. Of all the people, besides Wang Wei, that used his true will ability to kill the most demonic beasts, the person with the highest body counts was actually Yan Liling. The reason for that is because she used the bloodline enchanting pill that turned these demonic beasts against each other, forcing them to kill one another in a burst of madness. Adding to the fact that these beasts had already lost their minds, the efficacy of this pill was greatly increased. After this pill was used against the cavalry of the barbarian wolf kingdom, Yan Liling thought this pill might come in handy in the future, so she refined more in her spare time. It turns out that she was right about that. While the Great Xia was dealing with this beast tide in their own way, the same problem actually plagued the people of Great Zhou. Inside the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face. So many cities and people have died due to this sudden disaster. Besides, unlike the Great Xia that has a powerful array that can surround the entire territory, the Great Zhou did not have this kind of method, as neither Ji Song nor Ji Su were actually proficient in runes and arrays like Wang Wei. Although many cities also had their own arrays, they could not fit perfectly into a hole like the ones in Great Xia. On top of that, the Great Zhou does not have flying constructs that allow them to send reinforcements throughout its territory. As such, the casualties were extremely high in just a single day. Inside the throne room, all the ministers and officials had an ugly look on their faces, as they could not come up with a better plan besides using soldiers to fight directly with the demonic beasts. In the end, Ji Su sighed and said, "Little Song, in this case, it is better to abandon this trial and leave this word. After all, your chi luck has already reached the peak of purple gold." Many officials' faces became even more ugly after hearing this, but they did not dare say anything and just lowered their heads. Luckily for them, Ji Song shook his head in denial of his big brother's suggestion before saying, "You and I both know that absorbing the luck of the entire world can allow a heaven chosen to reach a rainbow-colored luck." Ji Su remained silent after hearing this. He knew that on top of the purple gold luck, there is still the multicolored level. However, this level of luck is only available to great emperors. As a result, there is a level between the purple gold and the multicolored luck, the rainbow level or seven-colored luck. The ultimate winner of this trial will be able to accomplish this level, depending on how prosperous the dynasty they created is. However, even the worst of them will still have a two-color rainbow luck. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "You can still achieve the rainbow chi luck through luck stones." However, Ji Song still shook his head, as he knew what kind of thing the luck stones were. As the name implies, they are stones born between heaven and earth that contain absorbable luck. However, there are downsides to these stones. For one, they are very unstable and volatile. One stone can have a 99% chance of containing luck, with 1% chance of containing negative luck or misfortune. Or 99% chance of containing misfortune, while 1% contain positive luck. So, what happens when someone absorbs a stone that contains misfortune? Well, all kinds of terrible things. You might be walking outside, then a meteor suddenly drops on top of you, an enemy you thought you had killed might suddenly pop up and become more powerful than you, or a sudden accident that made you have chi deviation during cultivation. That's not even the worst parts of the luck stones. A lot of them actually contain powerful curses on them. After absorbing them, many terrible things like a cultivator's blood being instantly drained, the soul was tarnished, or unable to use one of their body parts. There are even weird curses like making a man impotent, turning people from one sex to another against their will, or constantly vomiting insects without stopping. In general, the luck stones are not a good thing. What's worse is that a person's luck or destiny has no effect on the luck stone. So, even if a son of destiny were to choose a luck stone, he still has a high probability of being screwed over. Because of this, there has been a profession trained to identify the probability of acquiring good luck stones. However, Ji Song never believed in those people, as he thinks that they are nothing but scammers. After a few seconds, Ji Su continued, "Even if you do not use the luck stones, our great Zhou imperial dynasty can still find a luck-condensing artifact from an already destroyed dynasty for you to absorb. That way, you did not have to be affected by karma since these dynasties have long been gone in the annals of history. However, Ji Song still remains determined in his decision, so he said, "You and I both know that acquiring a rainbow level of luck through these methods are only temporary. After breaking through the supernatural realm, my luck would instantly return back to purple gold. But, I accomplish it through this trial, the rainbow luck will be permanent, thus bringing me another advantage for my path of emperor." Ji-Su sighed as he knew that his little brother was right, and he could guess the real reason that he did not want to leave the trial, so he did not continue to persuade him again. However, Ji Song looked deeply at his big brother before saying, "I know you must have a way out of this situation, so just say it." Ji-Su nodded and said, "The only solution that I can think of is to use the dynasty's luck to directly kill the majority of the demonic beasts. But, if we did that, the entire dynasty's luck would be consumed." "Isn't that the same as letting the demonic beasts destroy it?" replied Ji Song with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes, however, we can take some unorthodox measures to quickly recuperate afterwards." "What plan do you have?" "We can do this," explained Ji-Su. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, the people there also faced the ravage of the demonic beasts. However, of all the remaining powers in this world, they faced the least casualty. The reason for that was due to all the temples located throughout the territory. When the demonic beasts attacked, the temples activated themselves and protected the territory. The reason for that is the fact that Taoist temples are the nemesis of both demonic beasts and the demon race. Their power naturally restrains these beasts, even if they are currently mindless. When these beasts reached near the temples, the Taoist sages that were enshrined in the temples suddenly manifested to either kill or seal all the demonic beasts. Fueled by the prayers of billions of people, the Taoist sages unleashed unimaginable powers. As such, although a few places were hit hard, but it was nothing compared to the casualties suffered by both the Great Xia and Great Zhou. Inside the main Taoist temple, Feng Heng was reviewing documents about the situation throughout the dynasty when someone came in and handed him a new piece of information. After reading it, he muttered, "The Western region, huh? It seems that I will have to borrow some power from my master." Chapter 157. In the endless void, the few remaining true monarchs looked at one person who had two demonic beasts beside him, one tiger and one lion. These demonic beasts exuded the pressure of supreme, meaning they were in fact Tier 9 demonic beasts. This person was the true monarch of the herd-raising valley. "Shouldn't you explain yourself?" said retired Prince Ji Han, the current Tao protector of Ji Song. "I have nothing to explain as there were no rules that stated that this method could not be used during this trial," responded the herd valley true monarch, who then readied his demonic beasts for battle before continuing. "I will not let anyone intervene in this trial," he declared boldly. As a matter of fact, the people that remain there are only here to see the result of this trial as their heaven chosens have long been eliminated. They only stayed here just to spy on news or information about the final winner. Despite the fact that Wang Wei never actually met them, a few more heaven chosens actually participated in this trial. However, the majority if not all of them were in fact eliminated by Feng Lijuan and Huang Min as these heaven chosens actually occupied territory near the two of them. As for the rest of them, they were so weak that they were in fact eliminated by the few supernatural realm cultivators in the Warring Kingdom world. As such, despite Ji Han's argument, no one around him actually cared about the result of the trial since they no longer have any stakes in it. So, after noticing this, Ji Han looked at Yan Chen and the Tao protector of the Tai Profound Gate. However, both of them were not as worked up as Ji Han. The reason that Feng Heng's Tao protector was unbothered by the whole thing was because he reached the ultimate state of inactiveness in Taoism, referred to as Taishuang indifference, which was named after the absolute beginning emperor. To this true monarch, which was named Wu Ming, very few things can actually bother him. Even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed, he would see it as a natural cycle of the Tao, and accept it with peace of mind. So, he did not care for the actions of the herd-raising valley's heaven chosen. If his own Tao child found a way to survive this catastrophe, that would only prove that he was capable. If he failed, then his ability could only go so far. No matter the result, in the grand scheme of things, the result only matters to the individual. If Feng Heng succeeds, he will be granted a brief moment of joy and happiness. If he fails, he can either wallow in his sorrow, or he can learn from the experience. As for Yan Chen, the only reason he did not really care was because of his undying confidence in Wang Wei. During this entire trial, he watched how mature, intelligent, and far-sighted his young master was. Throughout the trial, he always used the right method exactly when necessary. When he needs to use his overwhelming strength, he does so. When he needs to use his wisdom to solve a problem, he does so. His young master always used the optimal and most efficient method for any given situation. What delighted Yan Chen the most was the fact his young master was not perfect. Acknowledge such a fact. His young master can always admit when he makes a mistake and learns from it. He is always willing to learn anything new from anyone in order to improve himself. A perfect example of that is the martial arts in this world. Many of the Heaven Chosen actually ignored or discarded its significance or importance to this trial, but Wang Wei used it to its utmost advantage in the army and the citizens. The only exception was the Great Zhou dynasty, and that was only because of Ji Su. Despite this, they did not place as much emphasis on it as they should. As a result of this, the Great Xia armies are way more powerful than other dynasties. The people are way more healthy and strong as they practice martial arts specially designed for them. In the end, Yan Chen also did not care about the current situation of the world. Although he did not like the methods of the herd-raising valley people, he will not intervene. To him, this was a great opportunity to temper Wang Wei. As this was one of the original purposes of the trial, so why would he intervene? Of course Yan Chen was still worried about something. He also noticed that something was wrong with Wang Wei's luck. He knew that this was probably due to his action of breaking the 13th wall barrier. However, Yan Chen still believed that his young master will find a solution to this problem. After seeing that the remaining true monarchs were not siding with him, he snorted coldly without mentioning the topic again. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia dynasty, in the hidden master plane, Wang Wei and his team were killing demonic beasts for days without stopping. Countless resources were used to sustain such a prolonged battle. However, something happened that quickly changed the tide of the battle. On top of the tall walls, Wang Wei looked in one particular direction of the wall. There, he saw the demonic beasts concentrated their attacks in a specific part of the wall. It seemed that they wanted to breach the walls there to escape. Finally caught you, thought Wang Wei secretly to himself. A few minutes afterwards, someone came to him and said, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Wang Wei then nodded before saying, "Go ahead and begin." Immediately afterwards, a few holes appeared in the walls surrounding the plane, then water started to fill the entire plane like a basin. Afterwards, all the cultivators received the order to use water or rain-based spells to fill the basin. Wang Wei had a reason that he chose this specific plane to lead all the demonic beasts. Not far from here, there was a deep and long river. So, Wang Wei had many cultivators use earth-based spells to create many routes connecting the river to the plain. His plan was very simple. Barricade all the demonic beasts in one place, then flood the place, drowning all of them. After a few hours, the water level had actually risen to a very high level. As a result, many beasts were instantly drowned. As for the few that still had the ability to swim, they were killed by the army. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who was looking at the dying demonic beast, started thinking to himself. Is this the meaning of slaughter? Using or having the ability to kill large numbers of people with different methods. Since I cultivate the Tao of slaughter, should have the ability to kill anything and everything between heaven and earth, but is this enough? Is this my path? The purest form of slaughter Tao should be one that kills only for the sake of killing, a slaughter without any purpose. Unfortunately, such a pure form of slaughter makes it easy for a person to become mad or a killing machine without emotions or desire. No, my slaughter Tao is different. To be precise, it should have a purpose, a guidance, some goals to guide it. After thinking about this, Li Jun looked at Yan Liling first, but shook his head before looking at Wang Wei. Then, his eyes lit up. I once made a vow that in this life, I would fight for Big Brother Wang Wei till my last dying breaths. So, my slaughter Dao should be to eliminate all the enemies in my big brother's path of emperor. With my limited ability, I may not be able to accomplish such a task, but I can die trying. I will become the slaughter blade in Big Brother Wang Wei's hand. While Li Jun was thinking about these things, a giant red blade suddenly manifested between heaven and earth. The blade had countless souls wailing on it, then the sky around a few hundred meters also turned red, and an intense killing intent was released from the blade. The many mortals that were around were forced to kneel on the ground. As a matter of fact, even a few weak-willed cultivators started having illusions. Enlightenment, muttered Wang Wei after seeing this, then his eyes lit up and he took out a few formation flags to set up an array around Li Jun. He did not want anyone or anything to interrupt his little brother during this rare moment of enlightenment. A few seconds after Li Jun entered the state of enlightenment, someone suddenly appeared and whispered something in Wang Wei's ear. He nodded before motioning for both Yan Liling and Wang Ju to protect Li Jun, then he flew straight into the sky without any explanations. Chapter 158. Wang Wei flew in one direction with all his strength. With his rapid movement, he almost reached the speed of sound. After a few minutes, he saw a forest not far from, so he activated his true vision without hesitation. There, he saw a purple Chi-Luck dragon lazily lying there, happily swimming around as if this was its lair. Caught you, muttered Wang Wei before rushing straight towards the person that this luck dragon belonged to. However, midway through, he was intercepted by a bunch of flying demonic beasts. With just a few punches, these demonic beasts exploded into millions of drops of blood, before scattering on the ground. However, there were just too many of them. No matter how many he killed, they kept on coming for him. What's worse was the fact that Wang Wei noticed that the person he was chasing suddenly started running away. So, without hesitation, he landed on the ground, then rushed after that person. In just a few seconds, a burst of clouds suddenly appeared. Boom! Wang Wei broke through the speed of sound, traveling at a speed of 343 meters per second. Despite his newfound speed, the demonic beasts kept coming at him. However, Wang Wei did not care nor stop to engage them in battle. He straight up just rammed his powerful fleshly body into these demonic beasts. When these beasts hit the innate aura that surrounds his skin, they just explode into countless flesh and blood, while Wang Wei just continues passing by them without even looking back at them. As such, he just left a path of carnage in his wake. After a few seconds, Wang Wei saw a hooded person waiting for him. It seemed that person knew that they could not outrun Wang Wei, so they stopped. Standing a few meters from the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley, Wang Wei then said, "So, you dare to do such an atrocious thing, but you do not dare to show your face. Sacred son Wang Wei, are you angry that your people actually suffered or that they suffered while under your care?" responded a beautiful and melodious voice. Then, the person removed their hood, revealing a beautiful woman. This woman had a wild and savage temperament, yet she still dressed like an aristocratic lady that has never worked a day in her life. What's more, her wild temperament and noble dress seemed to blend perfectly together, adding a touch of charisma to her. What's more noteworthy about this woman was her eyes. In her eyes, Wang Wei saw countless beasts roaring together. There were even mythical beasts like dragons, phoenix, and Pishio. Then, all the beasts seemed to blend together. "I'm curious, how did you find me so quickly?" she asked. It was the trap beast in the plain. At first, they were mindless and rushing around with any purpose, but suddenly, they started working together to break the walls that caged them. Immediately, I knew that someone was actively controlling them, so I had my shadow guards searched around for anything suspicious, as I knew that you could not be too far in order to provide such detailed order. It turns out like this. Given that your great Xia is currently the most powerful dynasty, I wanted my little babies to do some more destruction. However, it seems that I was a little too rushed with my action. Wang Wei did not say anything more. The reason he even answered her in the first place was to observe her, after which, he suddenly said, myriad beasts physique. That is correct. No wonder you can control so many beasts with your cultivation level, replied Wang Wei with a sudden realization. He always wondered how this person could control so many demonic beasts. Even with the idea that this person did not have to control all the beasts to enact her plans, she still would need the ability to somehow influence all the demonic beasts and give them a general direction to do things. After all, only a person with high cultivation in the herd-raising valley could actually influence all the demonic beasts of an entire world. Now, he finally understood the reason. This heaven-chosen possessed the number 30 heavenly physique, the myriad beast's body. This physique is actually very special. It provides the owner with the ability to control and communicate with demonic beasts through the soul. It brings its owner a great affinity with demonic beasts, thus preventing them from rarely getting attacked by them even as mortals. And more importantly, it allows the owner to be able to upgrade the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts until they reach the point of being called demon race. As such, another name for this physique is Lord of Demons. Of course, as a result, the demon race loathed this name and has hunted down anyone with this physique since ancient times. Unless the owner of the myriad beasts physique takes refuge in a powerful emperor lineage, their fates are always dead at the hands of the demon race. Of course, all of these abilities are not the reasons that this physique is special. The real reason is due to the fact that it allows its owner to absorb the blood essence or source blood of any demonic beast or demon race and acquire not only their bloodline's talents, but also cultivate a very powerful fleshly body. Because of this, people with the myriad beasts physique have also hunted the heaven-chosen of the demon race with imperial bloodlines in order to absorb their source blood and steal their talents. This resulted in the long feud between the myriad beasts physique and the demon race. In fact, one of the most powerful owners of this physique actually acquired a few drops of blood essence from a phoenix in a secret realm. This was a rare thing since innate lifeforms like dragon and phoenix have never appeared in the myriad emperor world. From records and a few remaining secret realms, cultivators know that these powerful demon race existed before the Null Era. However, they did not survive through modern times. After taking a moment to review the information he knew about the myriad beast physique, Wang Wei came back to his senses and prepared to deal with the current situation. "Let me introduce myself," suddenly said the heaven-chosen of the herd-raising valley. "My name is Lu Meishio, this generation's young beast lord of the herd-raising valley. Normally speaking, it would be my pleasure to know any beautiful woman. But, do you think I care about your identity in this situation?" You are indeed right," replied Lu Meishio, then she waved her hand. Following which, all the beasts around instantly became bloodlust and started attacking Wang Wei. No, to be precise, they started a suicide bombing attacks against him. Countless demonic beasts started exploding together, forming a massive chain reaction. Boom! All the explosions blended together to form a massive mushroom cloud explosion with Wang Wei in the middle. The radius around a few kilometers in the forest was caught in the explosion. Meanwhile, on top of a flying bird, Lu Meishio watched all of this. Then she rapidly made a few movements with her hands while chanting something. Following which, a special energy wave emanating from traveled to all the demonic beasts still alive in the forest. Then, the wave traveled through the bloodline of the demonic beasts, instantly reaching every corner of this world. Whether it was the Great Xia, Great Zhou, or Great Shu dynasty, or the western desert or northern frozen land, the energy wave reached all the demonic beasts there. The only place that remained unaffected was the southern region. Following Lu Meixia's origin ability, all the demonic beasts suddenly roared together in the sky, then they exploded themselves. Every single one of them. Just like that, the beast plague that ravaged this world ended. Countless people all over the world watched this happen with a puzzled look on their faces, not knowing what exactly happened except for Wang Wei. After the explosion, he was completely fine. This attack did not even break his innate field that protects him. However, he was still pushed a few hundred meters away. After the more 5,000-degree heat subsided along with all the dust clouds, Wang Wei looked in the direction of Lu Meishio. He suddenly felt something was wrong, so he rushed towards her. However, he was instantly repelled by a golden shield that manifested in front of her. Then, Wang Wei sensed a powerful will manifesting around him. Then countless golden lights suddenly rushed inside Lu Meishio's body. Heavenly Dao's blessing? Muttered Wang Wei, who then activated his true eye's vision. He saw how after absorbing the golden light, Lu Meixia's Qi dragon turned from purple to purple gold. Afterwards, a tiny golden spot came from the sky and landed in her hand. She looked at it with a frown before saying, "So little merit?" Well, given the situation, it could not be helped. According to her original plan, she should have killed all demonic beasts a little later, after they had caused more destruction. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's arrival forced her to advance her plans to an earlier time. After her transformation was finished, Lu Meishio absorbed the merit in her body, then crushed the talisman in her hand. Then, a space crack appeared and swallowed her. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who noticed her escaping, rushed towards her. However, she had already entered the space crack by the time he arrived. Nevertheless, he did not give up. He plunged his hand inside the space crack and grabbed something. Without hesitation, he used all his millions of gene of force and yanked something out. Wang Wei suddenly heard a terrible shrill, then he took out a beautiful and fair arm from the space crack. He looked at it with a frown, then he looked in the sky before muttering, "Lu Meishio? You should know that I'm the kind of person who can hold a grudge for a long time." Then, he placed her hand in his space ring, hoping he could use it in the future. Chapter 159. Wang Wei looked at his own hand that he had just removed the space crack. Besides his clothes that were cut into many pieces, he was perfectly fine. His skin was not even cut in the process. He nodded in satisfaction before flying back to the hidden master plane. By the time he arrived, Li Jun had already finished his enlightenment. Wang Wei observed closely. The only difference from before was the fact that the killing aura his body naturally emanated was gone. He looked completely like a normal person. However, Wang Wei could still feel the slaughter aura hiding deep in his body. It is just that Li Jun could control it at will now. After nodding to Li Jun, Wang Wei ordered all the people to guide the water back to the river it originated from. The majority of these demonic beasts were killed by drowning, while others died mysteriously. Wang Wei guessed that they died to Lu Meixia's origin ability. After the entire plain was drained, Wang Wei ordered that the body of these demonic beasts be preserved as he had a major plan that needed to use them. This plan could be what finally helped him achieve the last transformation of his Qi luck. While Wang Wei was doing damage control back in Great Xia, in the endless void, Lu Meishio appeared in front of her Dao protector with one hand missing, and blood spilling all over the void. Her Dao protector waved her hand to seal the bleeding empty arm socket before saying, "You do not need to worry. With the sect's help, it is only a matter of time for you to regrow another arm." Lu Meishio nodded, but a look of hatred could be seen flashing in her eyes. Once she has the chance, she will take her revenge. Meanwhile, Yan Chen and Ji Han were looking at Lu Meixia's Dao protector with a smirk on their faces. As a result, she snorted before opening a space channel and heading back to the Myriad Emperor world with Lu Meishio. Meanwhile, back in the Great Zhou, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face as his officials started reporting what had occurred to their dynasty in just a few days. "Your Majesty, in the past few days, there have been countless natural disasters that plagued the dynasty. From drought, to earthquakes, river overflowing and even insect tides. Many of our crops were destroyed, creating a famine. Luckily, there were still a lot of grains in reserve, but it can only last us a few months. Just a few days after using the dynasty's Qi luck to kill all these demonic beasts, so many disasters have hit us all at once," said Ji Song. Then, he crushed the edge of his throne before saying, "Why did all of these demonic beasts have to die after we used our dynasty's Qi luck?" "This is likely the plan of the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley," replied Ji Su. "Although I did not figure out the exact plan, I have a feeling that person was forced to advance her plan earlier than anticipated. None of that matters now. What's important is how to fix the current situation of our dynasty and prevent its eventual collapse. Well, this is my plan to fix our problems, replied Ji-su. A few days later, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng was walking with a happy smile on his face. The reason for that was because he finally caught the spies from his competitors. After spending so many years and resources, he finally caught all of them. Finally, Feng Heng can rest in peace as he does not need to worry about the whereabouts of the incense power. Midway through, someone came to hand him a letter. He opened to read it, before saying with a frown, Ji Song wants to have a duel with me? The winner gets all the territory of the loser? After a few seconds, Feng Heng sneered before saying to the person that handed him the letter, just reply no to him. After saying that, Feng Heng placed everything behind him as he entered a prison. This was the place where all the spies were locked up. After approaching the cell, he saw more than 5 people who had bruises all over their body. A powerful seal was placed on their cultivation to prevent them from escaping. Without hesitation, he said, I do not have time to play around with you guys, so tell me where you placed them. What are you talking about? Said one of the prisoners. However, immediately afterwards, another one but headed the one that spoke. I'm talking about the incense power. Where did you guys put it? All the prisoners frowned after hearing this, but this time, no one actually spoke to him this time, an act which made Feng Heng's face very ugly. This was very rare for him as a Taoist that always strived to reach a state of inactive, not to be bothered by the people or things around, to always let nature take its course. He then took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he said, do not force me to use the soul search method on you guys. As you know, since I'm still in the divine altar realm and have not opened my divine consciousness yet, this process will 100% result in severe damage to your souls. All these spies shuddered after hearing this. Although they were trained not to fear death, however, being soul damage is worse than death for them. However, despite their initial fears, they still chose to remain silent. Except for one person. This person did not want to die, nor did he want to become a soul damage cultivator. So, he immediately said, I can tell you anything you want, but I have one condition. What? I want to become your subordinate. The remaining 5 were instantly shocked and began to call this person a traitor. However, he just ignored them. He valued his life more than his loyalty to his previous master, who he considered a loser after his defeat at the hands of the current Dao child. Meanwhile, after pondering for a while, Feng Heng said, I accept your offer. The traitor nodded in satisfaction before saying, the truth of the matter is that we did not take the incense power. Instantly the traitor noticed a sudden change in Feng Heng's face, so he clarified. We all know how severe the profound gate is when it comes to incense power, so how could we deal with that kind of thing? Our mission was simply to sabotage your dynasty's order and prevent you from passing this trial. Furthermore, with Supreme Celestial Elder Wu Ming observing the entire trial, how would we dare to play with incense power? If you do not believe me, you can check our space ring. If that is not convincing enough, you can check the souls of the other 4. Feng Heng's eyes lit up after hearing. How could he forget that a true monarch was observing this trial? And this person was also his Tao protector. With him as a witness, the sect will believe his innocence. After thinking about this, Feng Heng suddenly felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulder. However, in order to be safe, he decided to follow this traitor's advice. Personally, Feng Heng would never truly trust such a person who easily betrayed their master in order to save their lives. However, he can still use this person as a way to gather more information about his competitors back in the Tai Profound Gate. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou dynasty, Ji Song was sitting on his throne leading a court meeting, then he asked his brother, what did he say? He declined our challenge, replied Ji Su with a sigh. However, Ji Song was not surprised, as if he anticipated this, so he asked, what's next? We go to Plan B, replied Ji Su with a sigh in his face. He knew that this was inevitable, but he still tried to stop it from happening. A few days later, in the Great Xia Imperial Throne Room, Wang Wei was holding a letter with a smile on his face as he muttered, a challenge to determine the fate of our dynasty? That sounds like an excellent idea to me. The same day, an urgent letter was sent back to Ji Song through a soaring phoenix construct with a few simple words: name the time and place. Ji Song started laughing out loud after seeing this letter. In some ways, he and Wang Wei are the same kind of person. They are quite militant by nature and are always up to a challenge. And Ji Song was particularly excited as he's been waiting for a rematch that allows him to exact his revenge for what happened to him in the Spirit Road, and the sacrifice of his great-uncle, Ji Xiang. After choosing a time and date, Ji Song waited with excitement as he could foresee that this would be the epitome of heaven-chosen battle in this current generation. Chapter 160. The northern region of the Warring Kingdom world is an inhabited frozen land. As a result of this, there are only a few people or demonic beasts that actually live there. Of course, countless cultivators will still travel there in search of rare medicinal herbs or ores. Due to the special nature of the north, there are many materials based on either extreme cold or extreme heat. So, it can be considered a treasure trove for many cultivators. Well, at least for the ones that can survive there. The northern region is usually calm and tranquil, however, today was destined to be different, to be extraordinary. The reason being the fact that a battle that will determine the fate of the entire world is about to take place. In vast frozen land, Ji Song stood up straight with his arm crossed in front of him. His bulging muscles could be seen even under his clothes. He closed his eyes in order to stay in the best shape possible. As such, he ignored everything around him. He ignored the howling the wind around him, the whistling of the few birds that could survive in this environment. He ignored the frozen and icy breath coming from him every time he exhaled, the dry trees with little to no leaves on them. All Ji Song cared about was the next battle he was about to face, so waited. And he did not have to wait long. Ji Song suddenly opened his eyes and he saw someone rapidly flying towards him. With his powerful visual prowess, he easily recognized that the person was Wang Wei. What a terrible control of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thought Ji Song with a frown in his face. Although he also had 365 divine veins in his altar, thus having a Tao foundation, but his foundation was not perfect. After he inscribed the last divine veins on it, a crack appeared. As such, he had to use secret method to fix it. As such, Ji Song knew how difficult it would be to be able to control spiritual qi to such a degree to fly with a normal Tao foundation, especially in a small world like this with low level of spiritual energy. At the very least, the current him did not have this ability. However, Ji Song was not fazed by such a thing, as spiritual energy control was not all determine the outcome of a battle. It only proves that his opponent has a slight advantage and the battle will be more intense than previously imagined. Wang Wei landed not far from Ji Song and looked at him up and down. The last time he saw him, he was convulsing on the ground with blood all over him. But now, Ji Song was completely fine. No, he was more than fine. Wang Wei's sensitive soul could feel a strange power hidden deep inside Ji Song's body. What's more, this power seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen somewhere before. However, the feeling was quite vague, so he could not pinpoint what exactly it was. However, Wang Wei was sure that this battle will not be so simple. After the two of them checked each other out, Ji Song was the first to say something. I have been waiting for this battle for more than 50 years. Finally, I have a chance to avenge what you did to me back in the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei remained calm after hearing this before answering. Back then, I was as weak as a mortal and I still managed to beat you. Do you think you still have a silver of chance now? Ji Song cracked his knuckles and stretched his upper body before replying. We will soon know the answer to that question, won't we? After saying that, he rushed straight towards Wang Wei and threw a powerful punch. This single punch created whistling sound in the air, signaling the desire and strength to destroy anything in its path. However, Wang Wei was not about to let anyone outmatch him. He mobilized all the strength of his fleshly body and met Ji Song's punch with one of his own. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred after the two fists clashed. However, after a few seconds, Ji Song had to take one step back to negate the force of the attack. He became angry at this fact, so he increased his strength and continued to punch aggressively. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. No matter how many punches he threw, he will be overpowered by Wang Wei. After a few dozens pouches, Wang Wei got bored with warm-up and increased his strength and speed. Boom! With one powerful punch, Ji Song was sent flying more than a few dozens meters away. Fortunately for him, he managed to cross his arms to block the attack, otherwise, he might be severely injured just in the beginning of this battle. After landing on his feet a few meters away, Ji Song looked at both his hands that had actually turned red due to bruising. He could feel an intense pain coming from his arms as even a few of his bones actually cracked. However, after just a few seconds, his bones healed by themselves. However, Ji Song was not happy. As a person born with the heavy axe physique, he is naturally gifted when it comes to cultivating fleshly body. Adding to that the emperor tier techniques that he cultivated that contained a powerful body refining method, he should never lost in a direct confrontation with fleshly body. However, today, he did. More importantly, Ji Song suddenly thought about the Spirit Road trial. At that time, his current opponent did not even dare to allow himself to be hit even once during their confrontation. But now, not only did Wang Wei clashed head-on with him, he was even the winner. To Ji Song, this was a shame to his number 2 heavenly physique. However, he did not act rush. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, the frozen grounds under his feet turned into rocks and flew towards his body, forming a giant rock armor. Ji Song's nearly 3 meters body became a more than 10 meters rock golem or giant. He looked at Wang Wei and rushed instantly towards him. The odd thing was that his newfound size did not decrease his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Ji Song roared, "Earth's might," after throwing a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly felt that the was not facing Ji Song's alone, but the earth beneath his feet. He seemed to be facing the might of the entire northern region, the might of Mother Earth. Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he did not hesitate to clash with that punch headed on. Boom! The air exploded, frozen pieces of land could be seen flying everywhere. A powerful shockwave traveled thousands of kilometers from the epicenter of the clash. The few individuals that were located in the northern region suddenly felt a powerful earthquake and they were shocked. Countless animals suddenly started to riot. Without hesitation, they all started to migrate from their natural habitat and headed south to the central region. As for Wang Wei, he was pushed back a few meters after the clash, however, there was not even a single scratch of him. Something that Ji Song took notice of. After being pushed back a few steps, Wang Wei instantly became excited and rushed towards his opponent and threw a punch. This time he used all of his millions of gene of force. With another explosion, the two of them clashed again. However, the two of them were evenly matched for now. After seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he finally met an opponent that can match his fleshly body. So, he became excited and threw punch after punches. Boom! 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 Countless explosions occurred one after another. At first Ji Song could keep up with Wang Wei, however, after a few hundred punches, he was forced in the defensive. He placed his hands in a X position to defend himself. Meanwhile, all the lands in a few hundred kilometers circumference around the battle was completely destroyed. Pieces of frozen land could be seen lying everywhere. The few frozen trees were destroyed into countless pieces. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the shockwaves generated by these two people's clash. After a few minutes of using Ji Song as a punching bag, Wang Wei became bored again. So, he used a technique to attack instead of normal punches. He controlled all the part of his body to rapidly vibrate, then he controlled the vibration to travel through his fist before punching. Earthquake fist, Ji Song suddenly felt everything around started trembling, then, before he could react, a powerful vibration suddenly attacked him. His rock armor was instantly shattered and he was thrown away a few kilometers away. What's even worse was the fact that this vibration started to destroy every part of his body. Whether it was skin, muscles, bones, and even a few internal organs. As such, he threw a big mouthful of blood after landing. However, Ji Song acted quickly. As soon as he landed, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Suddenly, countless green lights suddenly entered his mouth from the ground, then immediately started to heal his injuries. After a few seconds, Ji Song got up from the ground, all healed up and ready to battle again. However, he knew that he had just used a lot of his origin chi to use this technique. Chapter 161. Wang Wei looked at the freshly healed Ji Song with a pensive look on his face. He could tell that Ji Song did not use his own natural healing ability, but absorbed energy from the earth to heal himself. Although in the 5 elements, wood is often known for its healing properties, the earth element is also good at healing. Many people or culture believe that we humans were born from the soil and will eventually return to it. As such, the earth is our mother and it can nourish us, it can both heal and protect us. So, Wang Wei guessed that the cultivation method that Ji Song used was based on that idea. After thinking about the information he knew from the great Zhou imperial dynasty, Wang Wei then said with a calm smile, "If you only cultivate the myriad earth codex to this level, then you are destined to lose this battle." However, Ji Song just shrugged his shoulders and answered with a cold voice, "It's you that should be worried. From what I've seen so far, it seems that the ancient desolate body refining scripture was wasted on the likes of you." "Hee," replied Wang Wei with a smirk on his face. "And yet, this waste almost killed you with one punch." Veins instantly started to appear in Ji Song's face, then his mouth started to twitch. However, he immediately calmed himself down. Then, the rock armor manifested around Ji Song again. However, this time things were slightly different. There were countless red and hot lines that were inscribed in the armor. Following which, it turns from gray to dark red. 2 horns appeared on top of Ji Song's head, then, the frozen ground under his feet melted and turned into lava. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was a little surprised after seeing this. Of course he was not surprised by Ji Song's transformation, but by his reaction. The last time they fought, he instantly became angry after being taunted by Wang Wei. However, this time, he managed to calm himself down after just a few seconds. After seeing this, Wang Wei then realized that he was not the only one who grew up and learned new things in the past few decades, that his opponents were also growing and learning from their adventures and failures. In the end, the ones that grow faster and learn to adapt as quickly as possible will be the ones that he gets to meet during the Heaven Will battle. After quickly thinking about this kind of thing, he reined in his mind and focused on the battle. Without hesitation, he rushed straight towards Ji Song and threw a earthquake fist. However, Ji Song was not to be outdone, so his hand turned into boiling hot magma and he also threw a punch. Boom! A terrible explosion occurred after these two clashed. A massive mushroom cloud appeared afterwards. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the place where their fist clashed. Then, the entire northern region of the Warring Kingdom world started to tremble. All the people and animals living there suddenly felt that everything around them was shaking, that they could hold on to their footing. Luckily, there were few houses or buildings in this region. Meanwhile, in the middle of the clash, Wang Wei was pushed a few steps behind. Lava could be seen all over his body, but there was not even a scratch on him. His skin was still not even injured. As for Ji Song, he stood in the same place. However, he spewed out a big mouthful of blood. This time, however, Wang Wei did not give his opponent the time to recuperate. He instantly activated his divine veins and threw a punch. He used the lion fist attack in his grandfather's cultivation technique, Overlord Fist. A lion suddenly appeared after Wang Wei threw his punch, and roared to create a soundwave attack. However, this attack was not a regular lion fist. No, Wang Wei used the vibration from his earthquake fist to fuse with the soundwave attack of the lion's roar. As such, Ji Song suddenly felt his eardrum burst, then a powerful shockwave was started to do a number on his internal organs. So, Without hesitation he opened his mouth and also roared. However, what came out of his mouth was not sound waves, but burning lava, which instantly created another powerful explosion after hitting the lion's roar. Wang Wei reacted quickly and created a shield around him with both his origin qi and the spiritual qi in the environment. He rushed straight into the explosion, bearing all the blunt of the shockwave that it created. In just a few seconds, he appeared in front of Ji Song, who could not see anything due to all the fire and smoke around him. Nevertheless, he still sensed some sort of danger, so instantly created more lava around his armor and cooled it down, thus reinforcing his defensive ability. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei reached in front of Ji Song, he used the tiger fist, this time. A tiger manifested from Wang Wei's punch, then revealing an intense killing intent that wanted to overwhelm Ji Song's senses. However, he woke up after less than a second of being in a trance. However, by that time, the tiger had already turned into a red light pierced straight into his body, trying to destroy anything in its path. Ji Song's instant armor managed to buy him a brief moment of rest. However, he knew that he would not be able to stop this attack. So, he immediately redirected it into his right arm, thus sacrificing it. Pust. A red light pierced Ji Song's right arm, but Ji Song did not scream or back down. Instead, he instantly counterattacked. He lifted his leg and stomped on the ground, then the frozen earth seemed to have been cracked by a heaven-defying axe. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who had just finished his attack, watched as the ground under his feet suddenly separated into two sides, then a powerful volcano eruption appeared with him at the very center. A terrifying heat engulfed his whole body, wishing to sunder not only his body, but his soul as well. This heat wanted to burn his very existence. All this while, Ji Song watched all of this happening while at the same time observing how his arm will heal. Unfortunately for him, his fleshly body did not allow him to instantly heal his injuries. So, he began to absorb energy from the earth to heal. However, the process was still extremely slow. It was then that Ji Song noticed that this attack also contained a powerful will that prevented his healing, so he started to fight with it. Meanwhile, after a few minutes, the volcano eruption stopped, and Ji Song watched Wang Wei floating in the air. Ji Song's face instantly became ugly as he realized that his attack did not break the defense of Wang Wei, let alone injure. To be precise, this attack did not break all of his defense. Ji Song could see that a powerful field was surrounding Wang Wei's skin, providing him with a powerful defense. His attack managed to break that field, but it still failed to break his skin. After a few seconds, Ji Song had managed to remove the killing will inside his arm and healed properly. However, Wang Wei's innate aura or field recovered by itself and began to protect him again. Ji Song's face became ugly as he refused to believe that he could not even wound his opponent. How could he accept that someone that could not even take on a single punch from a few decades ago, now has outclassed him to this level? So, he decided to go all out for this fight. His black lava armor suddenly increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Then, Ji Song started to throw punches. However, with each powerful punch, a meteor was formed and rushed towards Wang Wei. What's more, these meteors broke the sound barrier, increasing their levels of destruction. Boom! 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 The burning meteor brought with them the will or intent to destroy all things both physical and spiritual. They wanted to destroy all worlds, all known civilization. Furthermore, this destruction had no rhyme or reason, it existed simply for the sake of destruction. Wang Wei had a serious look on his face after seeing this attack. However, he was not the least afraid. Without hesitation, he threw a punch with all strength, thus creating air bullets by bending the air pressure in his surroundings to his will. The first meteor exploded, scattering countless flaming pieces of earth debris all over the surrounding area. After seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes lit and he continued to punch them. However, the quantity was quite outrageous and they came too fast. So, after crushing a few dozen meteors, many of them suddenly rushed towards him and crashed into him. Boom! Another powerful explosion occurs. Although Wang Wei managed to cross his arms to block the attack, the powerful shockwaves still sent him flying a few hundred kilometers until he landed on a frozen mountain. With another boom sound, the mountain was instantly destroyed after Wang Wei landed. Meanwhile, Ji Song had stopped attacking. He looked in the direction of the mountain while breathing heavily. He was looking to see whether his attack actually worked this time. Chapter 162. Ji Song looked straight at the mountain, waiting for the outcome of his attack. Meanwhile, all around him, there was not a single piece of frozen land. The majority of the northern region was turned into lava. The land that used to be blue from one point all the way to the horizon, had turned red and orange with patches of dark or charcoal molten debris scattering everywhere. Smoke and steam were billowing towards the cloud, turning them dark. Ashes were blowing all over the place, suffocating any life that had the destiny to survive the shuddering heat. A few minutes after the attack, the mountain that Wang Wei landed on was instantly blasted off. There, Wang Wei floated in the air. The upper garment of his clothes were burned off, while only the bottom part of his robe still remained relatively intact. Wang Wei's eight-packed abdomen muscle was showing, while his long gray hair floated in the air. Ji Song's face inside the armor became ugly as he could see that his opponent was still perfectly intact. He took a deep breath to calm himself down as he knew that in order to win this battle, he had to use his last hidden card. Without hesitation, he jumped a few thousand meters into the air, did a somersault before doing a single-leg drop kick towards Wang Wei, who was standing on the lava as if it was nothing but his bath at home. Wang Wei clenched his hand, mobilized all the powers of his steel-like muscles and threw a punch. Boom! A powerful explosion was generated by the clash of these two titans. However, they did not care about such a thing. Following the explosion, the ground under Wang Wei's feet indented inwards, created a very large web-like crack more than 1,000 meters. Immediately afterwards, to his surprise, Wang Wei actually vomited a big mouthful of blood. However, Ji Song did not give him time to think or react. He followed his first attack with another powerful punch. Wang Wei wanted to respond with one of his own, however he soon discovered that it was very hard for him to move. It was as if he was surrounded by a quagmire and his every action was greatly hindered. As such, Ji Song's punch hit Wang Wei right above his heart, making him throw up another big mouthful of blood before he was sent flying a few thousand kilometers. On his way, he rebounded on the floor countless times before he managed to regain his footing. He looked at Ji Song after spitting on the ground. His spit and blood instantly vaporized even before hitting the ground. "You can control gravity," said Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. He could tell that the reason that he was injured was not because the attack broke the defense of his skin or muscles, but because it directly bypassed these things and acted straight on his internal organs. Furthermore, the only reason that he was not that injured was because his innate field fended off most of the gravity. Additionally, in the last attack, Ji Song's strength did not magically become more powerful than him. No, he bent the gravity around him and redirected it towards Wang Wei, thus increasing his strength. It was like using gravity to lift an object by controlling the direction of the gravity from downward to upward. In the case of this attack, Ji Song controlled the gravity from downwards to forwards, thus dramatically increasing his power. Wang Wei frowned after thinking about this as he knew that this battle would be more difficult than he thought. When cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture, the process of tempering the internal organs comes after the bones. And at the moment, Wang Wei has not even finished tempering his bones, let alone his internal organs. However, he did not back down as a sudden idea suddenly came to his mind, then he started breathing strangely. Then, he rushed straight into the sky, heading towards Ji Song who had used his gravity manipulation ability to fly in the air. Ji Song also rushed towards his opponent and immediately activated the gravity around him, making Wang Wei's movement very stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he threw another punch. Boom! Wang Wei was again sent flying. He hit the ground with supersonic speed, resulting in a massive lava tsunami that traveled for miles in. He then coughed off a big mouthful of blood again. This time, not only was the gravity affecting him, but the ashes on the volcano around him started to enter his body and started wreaking havoc. However, Ji Song did not give him a single chance to breathe. By increasing the gravity downwards, his speed suddenly increased as he rushed towards Wang Wei. 5 circular vapor shapes could be seen in Ji Song's path, followed by 5 loud explosions. This showed that using this method, Ji Song's speed has reached Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound. Boom! With a speed of Mach 5, Ji Song hit Wang Wei straight in the guts, making him spit saliva, blood, and a few pieces of internal organs. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of bones cracking. Immediately afterwards, Ji Song kicked him from the ground, sending him flying away again. Meanwhile, Wang Wei groaned before using all his strength before preventing stabilizing himself in the air. However, immediately afterwards, he saw Ji Song coming straight after it, so he crossed his arm to block the oncoming attack. This time, Wang Wei only sent away a few meters, while actually sliding in the air. Ji Song frowned, then decided to increase the intensity of the gravity by a few folds. As such, Wang Wei was flown away again with tremendous force, while simultaneously vomiting blood. However, Wang Wei's healing ability was simply inhuman. Only a few minutes after his injury, his bones would heal by themselves. As for his internal organs, he would use his pure origin force to heal and nourish them. During the entire confrontation, the northern region was completely destroyed. Not to mention that it had already turned into complete lava, thus killing any kind of life that inhabited it, whether it was animals, people, insects, or plants. The shockwave created by these 2 people are enough to kill any cultivators below the divine body realm. Luckily for them, only a few people actually lived in the northern region. However, the casualties created by their battle was still in the 100,000s. Meanwhile, Ji Song kept pummeling Wang Wei with more and more powerful attacks. However, his opponent refused to stand down. More importantly, Ji Song discovered that with each attack, he has to increase the gravity around by a few folds. At this rate, he will not be able to sustain these attacks any longer. What's more, Ji Song had a feeling that something was wrong, so he used a powerful attack to try to end this battle once for while. Gravity implosion, roared Ji Song with a clutching motion of his hand. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt like he was in a cage as the gravity around him was actually crushing him from all directions, upward, downward, or sideways. All 4 sides seemed to want to crush him. Without hesitation, he started to fight back. He stretched out his hands to fight the gravity that seemed to be slowly closing in. He gritted his teeth as he mobilized all the muscles in his body. The air around Wang Wei started to tremble, then twisted around, creating the illusion that the space was about to be destroyed. As a matter of fact, the space of the Warring Kingdom world was indeed close to breaking apart. Meanwhile, inside the gravity sphere, Wang Wei's muscles and bones started breaking as he could not bear all the power. However, Wang Wei did not scream or groan, nor did he have a look of despair on his face. On the contrary, he looked excited. As his muscles and bones kept breaking, Wang Wei kept breathing in a certain way to repair them. Vast amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth entered his body to speed up the process. At first, Wang Wei was forced on one knee in order to fight back the imploding gravity, but as time passed, he managed to stand up. Then, with a mighty roar, he tore apart the gravity field around him with his bare hand. Meanwhile, Ji Song looked at all this with an ugly look on his face inside his rock armor before saying, "You used my gravity ability to actually refine your body. To be specific, your internal organs." As for Wang Wei, he smiled after hearing this before saying, "Well, I would have to temper them with gravity eventually after I finish tempering my bones. I just used this moment of life and death to speed up the process and prepare for the future." After saying this, he checked his body. His muscle and bone strength have dramatically increased. After he gets back home, all he needs to do is absorb the material necessary for his bones to finish tempering them. Of course, the reason that he allowed himself to be beaten so much was because of the Overlord Fist that he cultivated. According to this technique, the more brutal one gets injured, the more benefit they will receive. So, Wang Wei allowed himself to suffer so much. As for his internal organs, this was the most benefit he received during this fight. According to the ancient desolate body refining scripture, refining the organs is a very dangerous process. As a result, it takes a very long process. Wang Wei did not want to wait that long. So, he used a life and death situation to force out his potential and accelerated the process. And the benefits he got were unimaginable. After finishing checking his body, Wang Wei looked at Ji Song with a calm smile, and yet a terrifying killing intent was in his eyes. Then he said, "Are you prepared to experience hell?" Chapter 163. Despite the fact that Wang Wei allied himself to be injured in order to increase the strength of his fleshly body, he did not like the feeling of being abused by his opponent. So, his pettiness got the best of him as he decided to pay back 10-fold, 100-fold to Ji Song. After saying these words, a powerful aura suddenly emanated out of Wang Wei, then the heaven changed. The sky of the entire warring kingdom world suddenly turned deep gray, the same color as Wang Wei's hair. Then, lightning clouds suddenly covered the entire world. All the people suddenly felt that the end of the world was happening. A supreme aura traveled throughout the world, forcing the majority of people or beasts to kneel down, including all the cultivators. There were only a handful of people capable of still standing, however, they still had to endure a powerful suppression. Great Xia dynasty, Li Jun and Yan Liling felt the pressure and they both had a frown on their face. "Is that?" asked Yan Liling. "Yes, that's Big Brother Wang Wei's aura. I've never seen him so worked up." "I suddenly felt sorry for Crown Prince Ji Song," replied. "Are you saying that His Majesty did this?" asked Dong Lifen, who was kneeling on the ground. To which, Li Jun just nodded as he did not want to waste that much energy talking. As for Dong Lifen, she had a shocked look on her face. Although she knew that Wang Wei was powerful, it wasn't until today that she knew how powerful he was. To be able to create celestial phenomena just because of his mood, this was the powers of gods and immortals in legends. After thinking about this, a desolate mood suddenly appeared on Dong Lifen's face. Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng was sweating as he looked at his subordinates that were forced to kneel on the ground. He wanted to do something, but he was also bearing tremendous pressure, so he went back into his temple and activated all the formation. Feng Heng then sighed in relief. Afterwards, he called out, "Master, what is going on?" Shi Fuyu then appeared with a frown on his face. He waved his hand, then a scream of the battle between Wang Wei and Ji Song appeared inside the temple. Meanwhile, in the northern lava region, Ji Song instinctively took a step back after feeling the aura coming out of Wang Wei's body, then he instantly shrugged off the pressure that surrounded him. As for Wang Wei, he did not say anything more. He clenched his hand, then took the posture of a punch. The space around suddenly vibrated with the contraction of his muscles. He roared, "Wind calamity," before throwing the punch. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, following which, millions of black winds appeared before forming countless cyclones, tornadoes, or hurricanes. And all these natural phenomena were actually thousands of kilometers in size or height. Wang Wei's punch created countless rapidly moving windstorms that twisted themselves in all directions, wishing to destroy or cut everything in their paths. As for Ji Song, he found himself surrounded by many powerful disasters that wanted to cut him into tiny pieces. So, without hesitation, he waved his hand to create a barrier around him. However, this was no ordinary barrier, but one created by pushing the gravity outwards from him in all directions, thus preventing the black winds from even touching him. Unfortunately for Ji Song, his gravity shield only lasted a few seconds before it was cut apart by countless wind blades, then the attack reached him. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The black winds became even more erratic after hitting the target. The majority of the land of the northern region had countless deep cuts on them. Some of them were so deep that they formed ravines. As for Ji Song, who was in the center of the attack, he managed to survive, however he was quite miserable. His armor was completely destroyed, many deep-cut wounds could be seen all over his body, some of them even showed his bones. However, this was not the worst part of his wounds. One of his arms was cut off and blood was gushing out of it like a fountain. Ji Song instantly used his origin chi to stop the bleeding before doing an inhaling motion with his mouth. He wanted to absorb the life energy of the earth in order to heal himself. Unfortunately, he did not reach the realm where he can regrow his limbs. As a matter of fact, even Wang Wei has not reached this stage and won't reach it until he finishes refining his bones. After realizing this, Ji Song then used lava to create a prosthetic arm for himself. Although it was not as good as his real one, it would have to do for now. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had already launched his second attack. The attack he used this time was called Thunder Calamity. After throwing that punch, thunder and lightning enveloped the entire northern region, turning it into a thunder field. And all of these thunder had one purpose: to destroy Ji Song. Even the clouds in the sky started raining thunder. Ji Song immediately used all the lava on the floor to wrap around him and turned into a rock cocoon. On top of that, he also used his gravity field. However, the thunder was not playing around. It destroyed the gravity protection, then the earth shield before hitting Ji Song, destroying every part of his body. An intense pain suddenly assaulted him as he felt that every part of him was slowly burning. In the end, Ji Song screamed out loud for a long time before the attack stopped. By then, all his skin and muscle was burned black by the lightning, leaving lightning-shaped scar all over his back and front. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took a very brief moment to admire these two powerful attacks that he learned from the ancient desolate body refining scripture over the past few years. Since his body, skin and muscle used both wind and lightning to temper them, there are techniques in the scripture on how to use these elements as a form of attack. Previously, Wang Wei did not completely learn about them, but managed to comprehend them fully during his retreat in chaotic space. After that, Wang Wei used the thunder in his muscle to boost his speed. With more than 7 booms, he reached Mach 7 speed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Song and grabbed him by his head, before flying into the air. Ji Song took the opportunity to attack Wang Wei with another gravity punch, however his attack had no effect this time. Wang Wei's innate field detached itself from his skin and turned into a shield that blocked the attack. Ji Song was surprised as he never saw this field behave this way before. Of course, he did not know that this was an ability that Wang Wei just developed after the beating he received. Despite his failure, Ji Song did not stop. He continued to attack the innate field, however, it was of no use. Wang Wei dragged him by the face into the sky, then he rushed straight into the ground with all his force. Boom! Wang Wei slammed Ji Song on the ground with tremendous power, creating powerful shockwaves that traveled. The shockwave was so powerful that it did not stop after traveling throughout the entire northern region, but also headed to the central region. If that shockwave even hit that area, countless people would die as a result. Luckily for Wang Wei, true monarch Yan Chen intervened in time and prevented it from reaching beyond the northern region. As for Ji Song, he screamed again as most of the bones in his body were crushed. He threw out a big mouthful of blood. Many of his internal organs were out of place. However, Wang Wei was not done. He picked up Ji Sing from the ground and threw him in the air, then he threw another punch. This time he combined the Thunder Calamity with his Dragon Sovereign Fist. As such, a powerful thunder dragon a few kilometers long manifested itself. It brought with it the pride and aloofness of a divine beast, while at the same time representing the might of heaven and earth. The dragon rushed straight towards Ji Song, wishing to destroy him in both body and soul, wanting to destroy every single aspect of his existence. However, right before it did so, a giant illusory image appeared from Ji Song's body and protected him from the majority of the damage. As such, only one of his legs was completely ripped off by the dragon before he landed on the ground. As for Wang Wei, he frowned after seeing this as he could feel a familiar feeling from this illusory image that appeared. It was as if he knew or saw that person before. Chapter 164. Although Wang Wei had a feeling that he knew the figure that appeared was too vague for him to actually remember who it was, so he did not dwell too much on it. He figured that he would know soon enough. As for Ji Song, he was currently on the verge of death. Most of his organs, bones, and muscles were destroyed, 2 of his limbs were cut off, and his spirit was affected by the might of the dragon. However, he still had a calm look on his face. To be precise, he had a determined look in his eyes. So, he bit the tip of his tongue to take out a drop of his source blood. Using that as a catalyst, he launched a secret technique called Dead Earth. Following this, countless green lights started entering Ji Song's body, repairing every part of it. In just a few seconds, all his bones were regrown and placed back together. New organs and muscles appeared, even his cut-off arm and leg were also grown back. Ji Song returned to peak conditions. However, he was not happy. For one, he knew that he would face backlash for using this secret technique. More importantly, the vitality of the entire northern region was absorbed by Ji Song. As a result, from now on, the northern land would be truly a barren land, preventing anything from growing or surviving there for thousands of years, or maybe forever. This act was different from Ji Song's previous destruction of this area due to lava. Even in such hard conditions as boiling lava, many plants would manage to survive and thrive in such an area. Especially fire or extreme yang spiritual herbs, even ores would also be created in such an environment. However, with Ji Song's secret method, none of that will be possible from now on. The northern region will be more barren than the western desert. This act resulted in Ji Song being rejected by Heavenly Tao. As such, he knew that he did not have much time. What's more, even if he won this battle, he won't be able to stay in this world for long. So, he did not waste time before using a powerful attack. With a wave of his hand, he roared, "Gravity push," then a powerful gravity force traveled from him, destroying everything in all directions. This attack was essentially Ji Song's gravity shield, expanding outwards, destroying everything in its path. However, Wang Wei did not care about this attack. With his hair floating in the air, he clenched his hand and threw another punch. Dragon Wind Calamity, a very long black dragon appeared from Wang Wei and rushed straight towards Ji Song. It easily tore through his attack and rushed at him. Without hesitation, Ji Song instantly compressed the air around him before exploding, creating an air pressure bomb. Boom! With an explosion, the entire northern region shook again, and Ji Song was pushed away by the recoil of the explosion. A few hundred meters from the epicenter, Ji Song threw a mouthful of blood as he frowned. He realized that his regular attacks did not have much effect, so he decided to use the most powerful attacks he could muster. With a wave of his hand, the entire northern region started to tremble, then it was separated from the ground. Ji Song lifted the entire northern region, which was a piece of land larger in circumference than a few planet Earths combined together. Then, with a wave of his hand, the piece of continent broke into countless small pieces, forming countless flaming meteorites. "Meteor rain," roared Ji Song, then waved all these meteors towards Wang Wei. This was not a normal meteor shower, but one that Ji Song used gravity to accelerate their traveling speed. Wang Wei raised his head in the air to look at all the flashing lights coming towards him. It was a beautiful sight, as Wang Wei had never witnessed a meteor shower before, let alone having one thrown at him. After taking a brief moment to admire the view, Wang Wei also prepared to use his most powerful attack. This attack was an upgraded version of his earthquake fist that he just created. Wang Wei started to mobilize all the vibration from his body, whether it was his near-neutron star-dense skin, his diamond-strong muscle, or his steel-like bones, they all vibrated rapidly. And he did not stop there. The innate field around him also started vibrating, along with the thunder and wind lodged in his skin and muscles. Heck, even his soul also vibrated at a rapid rate. Then, he concentrated all these vibrations in his fist, and threw a punch as he roared, "World-breaking fist." The moment that Wang Wei threw that punch, everything in the world became silent. For a brief moment, all the birds stopped chirping, the flowers stopped swaying, insects lost their ability to flap their wings and humans lost the ability to speak. Then, the entire world turned black, losing its light. All that happened in just a blink of an eye. Then, the entire world started shaking. Whether it was the eastern region where the Great Xia was located or the central region where the Great Shu and Great Zhou dominate, everything started shaking. Following which, all kinds of natural disasters began. Earthquakes appeared everywhere, tsunami could be seen all over the eastern coasts, volcanoes started to erupt, tornadoes or cyclones were formed all over the central region. Meanwhile, sandstorms ravaged the western desert. Space cracks started to appear all over what remained of the northern region. Many people were about to be killed as a result of these catastrophes. At that time, in the endless void, both true monarch Yan Chen and Ji Han's face instantly changed after seeing this, so they acted immediately. They waved their hands, then the entire warring kingdom's small thousand world and all the people inside shrink into a hand-sized ball, then with another wave of their hands, countless runes appeared around the crystal-clear ball that was actually an entire world. After doing this, all the natural disasters that plagued this world subsided, saving the lives of its inhabitants. Yan Chen sighed in relief before grinning widely. Then he said, "I cannot believe that the young master's attack actually reached the destruction level of the primordial spirit realm. Originally, we refined this world to be able to bear peak divine body realm level attacks, but it seemed that this was not enough." While Yan Chen was happily chatting to himself, Ji Han had an ugly look in his face as his heaven chosen was the one to face such an attack back to the battle. After Wang Wei threw that heaven-defying punch, the meteor shower launched by Ji Song was completely annihilated. There was not even a speck of dust left, they were completely atomized by the vibration created by that attack. And it was not just them that were completely annihilated. Even the space around Wang Wei was also mostly destroyed, creating a vacuum void full of chaotic space energy floating in the northern region. Normally speaking, only cultivators in the void-shattered realm can actually break space, hence the name. However, due to the fact that Wang Wei's attack exceeded this world's bearing capacity, space was thus shattered. As for Ji Song, he still managed to survive somehow. Right before the attack hit him, the same illusory image appeared to protect him again. This time, Wang Wei managed to see what it was. "Retire Prince Ji Xiang," muttered Wang Wei. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Dharma body?" The reason that he was surprised was because the illusory image that appeared to protect Ji Song actually resembled the Supreme Realm's Dharma body. After thinking for a few minutes, Wang Wei guessed the gist of things. He guessed that true monarch Ji Xiang must have used a secret method to sacrifice himself in order to heal Ji Song's foundation that was ruined back in the Spirit Road trial. This was proof due to the fact that Ji Xiang never showed up after that incident, and the fact that there was a vision in the central continent signifying the death of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. At that time, many people went to investigate and found nothing including the Tao opening sect's shadow of this generation. However, divination did reveal that the dead Supreme was related to the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. So, after seeing this Dharma body on Ji Song, Wang Wei suddenly put two and two together. Ji Xiang's secret method not only repaired and improved Ji Song's foundation, but also granted him with an entire Dharma body, meaning a complete Tao was given to Ji Song. So, in the future, when he broke through the Supreme Realm, he will have two Dharma bodies, which is an unprecedented feat. After thinking about these for a few seconds, he looked at Ji Song's body that was floating in the void. He was in terrible shape. 3 of his limbs were completely gone, leaving only his left leg. His internal organs and bones were totally liquefied, leaving only his skull and a bag of skin still intact, floating in the air. By all accounts he should be dead, but a powerful force was protecting his head and soul, then providing him with a powerful life force to keep him breathing. Wang Wei looked in one direction before saying out loud, "I know that you are here, so come out." Immediately afterwards, a shadow appeared not far in front of Wang Wei. Chapter 165. The person that appeared in front of Wang Wei was of course Ji Song's big brother, Ji Su. He witnessed the entire battle in order to prevent the worst from happening to his brother. Ji Su looked at the terrible sight of his brother with a sigh. During his battle, his little brother was completely outmatched in every way. The worst part is the fact that his opponent did not use all his strength. By now, it is already common knowledge that Wang Wei is a young emperor, and every young emperor contained a pseudo-domain-like ability. However, he did not use that even once during that fight. Although Ji Su knew that his little brother had prepared on how to deal with that ability, it was not certain how effective the method would be and whether it would affect the outcome of the battle. After sighing a few more times, Ji Su took out a saint pill and fed it to Ji Song. The pill's only purpose is to keep alive for as long as possible, so that he can properly heal after returning back home. All this time, Ji Su looked at Wang Wei with the utmost vigilance. Any sudden movement will prompt him to instantly react. However, Wang Wei just smiled nonchalantly before saying, "You do not need to be vigilant. Even with your peak divine body realm cultivation, you are not my match. If I wanted to do something, you could not stop me." Ji Su frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything, and he still remained vigilant. He was not afraid of a confrontation. After witnessing that battle, he knew that Wang Wei's attack or destructive ability had reached the lowest threshold of the primordial spirit realm. However, there is still much instability with his strength. Although his destructive power and defense have reached that level, his stamina and more importantly, his speed, have not reached that level. So, Ji Su is confident that with his cultivation level in the peak divine body realm, as long as he uses a few techniques, his speed can reach that level and he can run away with his brother if necessary. So, after pondering for a few seconds, he said, "You are the winner of this battle. According to our agreement, the territories of Great Zhou belong to you." After saying this, he crushed a talisman, then he and his brother were swallowed by a space crack. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed after seeing this. The truth of the matter is that he was not in the best shape as well. Although he was not injured, his entire body was aching after he threw that last punch. He even had a terrible headache, signaling that even his spirit was greatly fatigued. On top of that, Wang Wei was actually in quite the conundrum. His ability to fly was due to his terrible control of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. However, there was currently no such thing as spiritual energy around him. His last attack created a vacuum environment, meaning there was no spiritual energy, no gravity. So, Wang Wei was just floating in empty space. His powerful fleshly body allows him to breathe there, and his innate field prevents him from floating away. However, he could not fly, so he was literally stuck there. On top of that, his stamina was at an all-time low, so Wang Wei discovered to his embarrassment that he was actually stuck there. So, he decided to use a communication talisman to call someone to come pick him up. However, before he did so, Wang Ju appeared in front of him. Wang Wei sighed in relief after seeing her and asked to be carried away. And Wang Ju happily obliged. She then placed him on her back and flew towards the central region. "This reminded me of old times when you used to carry me everywhere," said Wang Wei as he placed a bunch of pills inside his mouth. "Now that young master has the ability to fly, of course you no longer need this maid to carry you everywhere." "I will always need you in one way or another," replied Wang Wei as he closed his eyes and rested on her back. Meanwhile, Wang Ju had a smile on her usually calm face. This journey was supposed to be a long one as it was a little hard for Wang Ju to fly in a vacuum space with her cultivation in the early stage of the divine body realm. However, midway through, the space around her twisted, then she instantly appeared in the great Xia capital. She guessed that this was probably the doing of true monarch Yan Chen, so she bowed to the sky before heading straight to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Ji Song's battle had a far-lasting impact that the two of them were even aware of. Many people, sects or factions of the myriad emperor world were secretly watching this battle. And they were shocked. Not just at Wang Wei's power, but even at Ji Song's strength. This battle showed that the heaven chosen of this generation have the ability to fight three great realms above them, which was unheard of. The only person who could do such a thing in the last generation was probably Wang Tian, but even he did not accomplish this feat until he created his Absolute Cut Sword Sutra, and reached the peak of the supernatural realm. And that was because sword cultivators are known for their extreme ways of attack. So, whether it was Ji Song or Wang Wei, they both were in the radar of all the factions of the myriad emperor world. Qilan's central continent, Fang family domain, in a very large mansion, Fang Lijuan had just finished watching that battle and she secretly clenched her hand. Compared to those two people, her strength that she is so proud of is nothing but a complete joke. Luckily, for her, there is still hope. After thinking about this, she looked at the talisman in her hand, and her cold eyes lit up. As long as she can thoroughly study this talisman and absorb its strength for her own, she can create her own Tao, thus severing the shackles of her bloodline. So, Fang Lijuan closed her eyes and began to understand or be enlightened on this talisman. Huang family domain, Huang Min had also just finished watching the terrifying battle. His face was extremely pale, while his face had an ugly look on it. Immediately afterwards, he called one of his maids and asked, what was the result? Young master, the Fang clan hesitated at first, pondering whether to accept our request. However, suddenly, they changed their mind and decided to protect Fang Lijuan at all cost even if they have to go to war with our Huang clan. Huang Min frowned after hearing this before asking, what about the response of our Huang clan? The clan does not seem to want to go to war with the Fang clan. How come? Well, your father the patriarch wanted to fight with the Fang clan, however, the grand elder strongly disagreed. Damn stupid uncle, why does he oppose father at every turn, replied Huang Min with veins popping of his forehead. What reason did he use to prevent the war? The maid lowered her head after hearing this question, then she said, the great elder said it was not worth it for the clan to go to war and waste so many resources for a wasteful person, isn't it? Asked Huang Min with red eyes and gritted teeth. A person who has their bloodline destroyed is a waste, isn't it? The maid lowered her head and did not say anything. As such, Huang Min then waved his hand to dismiss her. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared in Huang Min's room. It was his father. So, Huang Min rushed to meet him with a look of expectancy on his face. However, his father just sighed and shook his head, an act which made Huang Min's face become very ugly. His father then said, the Fang clan seemed adamant in supporting Fang Lijuan for this generation's heaven will battle. But why? Didn't they see the battle between those two? Could they really believe that Fang Lijuan has any chance at all? Who knows, shrugged his father. It may be because an eternal emperor might appear in this generation, so they wanted to take their chances. Or, Fang Lijuan might have acquired something in that trial that boosted their confidence. In the end, what truly matters is the fact that they are more than willing to go to war with us in order to protect her. Huang Min looked at his father with bloodshot eyes for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. Then he asked, what about the issue of my bloodline? After hearing this question, Huang Min's father just sighed again before saying, I'm afraid that there is nothing the clan can do about this. The herb used on you is a very rare and extinct one. As such, the herbs needed to create an antidote are also extinct long ago. Since the poison herb was found in the Warring Kingdom world, couldn't the ones for the antidote be also found there? Things are not as simple as you make it out to be, replied Huang Min's father with a sigh. According to our agreement, the final winner of the trial will get control over the entire small thousand world. At this rate, it is obvious that the sacred son of the Tao opening sect will be the final winner. Do you think that the Tao opening sect will allow our Huang clan to go hunting for precious herbs in their territory? What's more, even if we get the herbs, who would refine the antidote for you? You know that the only powerful alchemist in our clan belonged to your uncle's faction. So, what am I going to do now? Huang Min's father patted his shoulder before saying, you do not have to worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you and you can live a life without any care or worries. After saying that, Huang Min's father left. As he walked away, he could hear the sound of things being destroyed or thrown all over. He sighed but continued on his way. Meanwhile, in the herd-raising valley, Lu Meishio also just finished watching the battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei. She too was surprised by the immense power displayed by her peers. As such, she had a deep frown on her face for a few minutes after the battle ended, then she sneered before saying, "Do you think everything is over because I left the trial?" Chapter 166. Warring Kingdom World, Great Xia Dynasty. Wang Wei spent a few days inside his cultivation room to heal his injuries and recuperate his lost stamina. Of course, Wang Wei was not just doing this, but also reviewing what he learned during this battle. Afterwards, he exited his room. However, on his way he saw Dong Lifen waiting outside the room for him. It seemed that she had been waiting for quite some time. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "Your Majesty, I was just worried about you." After hearing this, Wang Wei looked her up and down before sighing, then he asked her to join him for tea. After brewing and drinking the tea, Wang Wei got right to the point and was quite direct as he said, "I can feel that you have some feeling towards me, however, what I said to you when we first met is true." Dong Lifen lowered her head after hearing this, then she asked in a lowered voice, "Is it because of my low status? Does your Majesty hate that I am weak and not worthy of you?" Wang Wei was a little surprised at the question, but he shook his head before saying, "I have never judged a person based on their background. Furthermore, with your talent, as long as you arrived in my world, many powerful sects would be more than happy to make you their heir, thus your status would be the same as mine. And with high status and plenty of resources, your strength will of course increase dramatically. Then, if it is not humble birth, could it be that I'm not beautiful enough?" asked Dong Lifen with her head still lowered. "I'm not that superficial," replied Wang Wei with a sigh. "The truth of the matter is I believe that a fated person is out there waiting for me. Although I know that it is a little ironic coming from the guy whose Tao involved controlling his own fate and the fate of myriad worlds and races, but when it comes to love, I still believe in fate. I believe that when I meet that person for the first time, I will instantly know that she was meant for me, that we belong together. Many might argue that this kind of love is superficial and shallow, but I still believe in it. I still believe that she and I will be together for eternity, that she will accompany me in my pursuit of the end of the Tao. And not just as my wife, but as my equal, as my companion, as a fellow pursuer of the truth." After saying this, the face of someone suddenly appeared in his mind. Even with Wang Wei's unforgettable memory, the face was quite vague or blurred. However, he had a feeling that he would instinctively recognize that person the day that they actually met. Meanwhile, Dong Lifen was surprised by Wang Wei's words as she had never seen him like this. More often, he gave her the feeling that he was mighty and strong, that nothing could truly bother, that he had a solution to every problem. After thinking about this, she sighed before saying, "Well, whoever this woman is, she will be the luckiest woman in the world to have your Majesty's affection." "I'm the one who will be lucky," replied Wang Wei with a smile on his face. After that, the two of them drank their tea in silence. In the end, Dong Lifen got up to leave. However, Wang Wei stopped her one last time and said, "I can see that you have a very ambitious side when it comes to cultivating and pursuing the Tao, so let me give you a piece of advice. If you truly want to go far in the path of cultivating, do not let anyone dictate your worth. Whether it is societal customs, your origin or birth, heaven and earth, and even me. You alone can determine what you are worth, what you are capable of and what height you can reach." Dong Lifen's eyes lit up after hearing this as he realized the importance of these words. She decided to remember them and meditate on them when she has time. As such, she bowed politely to Wang Wei before leaving with fast and steady strides. After finishing his discussion with Dong Lifen, Wang Wei went out to deal with the affairs of the dynasty. His territory has just been exponentially increased, as such, there are many things left for him to deal with. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng had also watched the battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei. At first, he was also shocked, but eventually calmed himself down. However, he noticed that his master seemed unsettled the entire time. So, he finally asked the reason. "Disciple, I think you are in trouble," said Shi Fuyu with a frown on his face. "Master, what do you mean?" After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "This Wang Wei reminds me of a young version of your sect's ancestor." "The absolute beginning emperor?" "Yes. Master, since you were alive back then, what kind of person was your ancestor?" "Not a lot of records are left about him in the sect." After pondering for a while, Shifuyu asked, "Tell me what you know." "All I know is the fact that the ancestor's real name was Li Taishuang, and he took the name Absolute Beginning after proving the Tao. And he is most famous for ending the incense/faith era." Shifuyu nodded before continuing, "Things were not as simple as you state. Back then, during the incense era, Buddhism reigned supreme throughout the entire world. Due to the technique of absorbing faith or incense power, the cultivation speed of most Buddhist cultivators was faster and they had more strength than other people even commoner to the heaven chosens of that era. During that time, even the Tao opening sect was nothing as they only had 3 great emperors by the end of the incense era. Although there were countless different sects or philosophies of Buddhism, they were still united when facing outsiders. The only group that could compete with Buddhism back then was the Heaven Race or God Race. God Race? Do you mean the Divine Clan of the Divine Tao League? Asked Feng Hang with a puzzled look on his face as he had never heard of any Heaven Race or God Race. After seeing the puzzled look on his disciple's face, Shifuyu sighed melancholy before shaking his head. "No, they are different. As a matter of fact, the divine clans got the idea of inheriting bloodline from the Heaven Race. As for the Heaven Race, they were the physical manifestation of concepts like thunder, fire, water, earth, etc. As such, they were always referred to as Thunder God, Fire God, and so on. Isn't that the Spirit Race?" However, Shifuyu still shook his head before saying, "It's still different. The God Race was created when countless mortals and cultivators prayed to a specific concept, such as praying to fire and treating it as a god. The incense power generated by all those people created a living being with unimaginable power that embodies all the prayers that people offered them, the God Race. As for the Spirit Race, they were born by heaven and earth themselves through a long time and using massive spiritual energy. Furthermore, spirit races still have to slowly cultivate, but the Heaven Race was born extremely powerful. The weakest one had the strength of the primordial spirit realm, while some were born with a cultivation of the supreme realm." Feng Heng nodded as he understood the difference between them. The Spirit Race was basically like demonic beasts that have turned into human shape and called themselves Demon Race. However, the Spirit Race is mostly made up of plants, stones, or weapons that have gained sentience and mold a human body. According to Feng Heng's knowledge, these individuals refused to acknowledge themselves as Demon Race, so they blended together to create the Spirit Race. After seeing that his disciple understood, Shifuyu continued, "The Heaven Race was able to compete with Buddhism at first because it was easier for them to absorb faith or incense power than any other cultivators." "At first?" "Yes. The Buddhist sects did not allow anyone to threaten their status, so they conceived a plan to weaken the power of the Heaven Race." "You should be aware of the conferred God list, right?" "Yes," responded Feng Heng while nodding his head. "That's the method that we used. By conferring the title of godhood to certain human cultivators, we can divide the power of the Heaven Race." "How to divide it?" "An example would be that a human was granted the title of Fire God. When people pray to the Fire God, who does the faith power go to? To the Heaven Race Fire God, or the human race that holds the position of Fire God?" Feng Heng's eyes lit up after hearing this as he realized that this was indeed a good way to weaken the power of the Heaven Race. Then, he asked, "Master, if what you said is true, why didn't the other factions use faith? Why haven't I heard of the Heaven Race?" You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.